のける太古の炎の前に全ての敵は燃え上がるであろう。はっ、聖なる力がみんなを救えますように。
切る。俺に逆らう気か。この剣の下でひざまずかせてあげよう。その心臓を貫いてあげよう。
じゃあ精霊の加護。まだまだ。はっ、
さらばだ。
集中して。もうすぐ終わりかしら。
逃がすか。はっ、顔は狙うなよ。顔は狙うなよ。
いや、
俺の剣に切れないものはない。醜い美しい俺。さらばだ。
頑張ってみるわ。偉大なるマリク様、私たちを勝利に導く。
Yo, what up? Also, if I've got a mod in chat, can you just time out literally anybody that goes, bruh, I thought you quit this game? That would be fantastic. Bro, what do you mean you're playing Epic 7? I thought you quit this game. What's up, Kasu? Yeah, actually it's 7:30, so it is evening, Sun Spirit. There we go. So, I'm in the what is this? The semifinals, best of 5. The fun thing with this tournament, though, no Rimuru, no Angelica of Light, no Ran, no Aravi. Let's do random RNG gods be our guide. Not much doing some work modules. Just re-downloaded E7 myself. Been sitting on Mystic Pity. Gonna summon for mommy. I mean Lilius. That's cool, dude. I think she'll be okay. I think she'll be alright. I think she'll be good. You guys ready? Hold on. BO5, right? I think BO5 for Sema. You win in 3 anyways. Pick W. All right, we're ready up. Yeah, I think Lilius will be okay. Although I think Lilius is going to be some power creep. Had a good conversation last night actually with Joggin and Genazad while maintenance was down in 14. Did I have first pick? I didn't see. Get rid of Landy. Rylet. Okay. We're going to take some cancer. Am I able to get into Endwalker? I heard they stopped sales or something. Yeah, I was in a while ago. I got in. I hardcore played Endwalker until I beat MSQ. Actually beat the whatchamacallit, the raids this morning. Okay, so I got my 2 threats and I got my Soul Weaver here. Okay, so we're going SSB. And Politis. Let's see here. He got rid of Rylet. I don't know why. We'll take RNG Gaming. Let's go with RNG Gaming here. Yo, Endwalker was probably one of the best stories I've ever seen in a game, honestly. We go Charlotte last, huh? Do I ban out here? I think I'm just gonna ban this. Yeah. Well, we'll just ban this. Okay, he bans Violet. We're gonna get a lot of SSB backs, but I think that's fine. I think it'll be okay. We'll see. You know what? We're gonna risk it for the biscuit here. Let's do this. We'll trigger Politis. That's fine. Kinda. Oh, Poggers. We didn't get hit with, she didn't get rid of our, immunity. Get riggedy wrecked. Ooh, damn. Alright. We're going to Dunkaroo here. Not enough, damn. Alright. Well, that feels bad. Stun gaming, dude. Okay. This is fine, right? Because our Amelia is gonna go next. Okay. Ooh. All right. Oh, dude, come on, bro. Okay, shoot. What is that, dude? RNG gaming at its finest. All right, Parse taking round one. That was pretty rough, dude. That SSB hit real hard. I probably should have just gotten rid of that SSB. I think the Charlotte actually would have been a better choice. All right. You know what? No, I'm not going to get rid of Landy. Was I first pick? What do we get rid of here? Yeah, the attack buff was huge for SSB, honestly. I think actually if I would have gotten rid of the maid, I would have probably been in a better spot. We're just going to get rid of Landy. He gets rid of Rylet. Okay, he's going FCC, so we're gonna go with we're gonna just run it back. Except we're gonna pick this time. I didn't have any mitigation last time around too. I think mitigation would have helped me out a lot more. He goes DN. So he's in for the long run here. But I don't really care too much about crit. We'll pick up maid this time. We need another threat here. My LQC wasn't enough to kill that FCC last time around. Oh, I did have LQC mitigation. Yeah, you're right. What else do I have here? He picked up the Bryceria. I'm not too sure why. Here, we're gonna pick up this Straz. All right. All right, what are you picking last here, Parse? To Rem. All right. You know what? We're gonna do this, and we get rid of this. Ooh, all right. I think we're okay. Maybe it's a slowish Bryceria to strip everything. That's very possible. Oh, the attack buff here is actually going to probably be big for that FCC, honestly, because that's going to reduce a lot of my damage. Okay, so we're going to do this. Wow, that did nothing. No attack buff. Wow. Okay. Counter. Yo, where's my Elbrus Gaming at, dude? Where is my Elbrus Gaming at, dude? We're going to... I guess we'll just do this. Dude, yeah, the anti-crit and the attack buff were rough, honestly. Who do we go into here? I think we're just gonna do this. Okay. Of course. Although that doesn't really matter too much. We need to... Bryceria is gonna just strip and attack down everything. Here it comes. This is gonna land on absolutely everything. Strip, debuff, attack down, you name it. But if it were my Bryceria, no. Oof. Okay, hey, yo, we got rid of all that stuff. That's good. That's great. Let's do this. There we go. Okay, okay. Let's do this. Okay, cool. All right. The provoke, that's fine. Oof, okay. Can we get we get the double up here. That's good. Blind's good. Okay, the dual attack. We're gonna lose our Belian here. No? Okay. Is this enough to kill her? It's not. Let's see. What do we need to do here? We need to let's try to provoke this. Okay, we got the provoke. We're gonna kill you. Okay. Let's do this. No. Baka Oni, you're breathtaking.
You're all breathtaking.
Let's try to kill this. No, not enough. Oh, dude. Oh, hold on. Yo. We take that out. Does she have her S3? She doesn't have her S3. We win. Yo, Spectre Tenebria is like cheating. Wait, yeah, Spectre Tenebria is like cheating. That's the second time I've ever used Spectre Tenebria in this game. All right, we taking that Belian. All right, we go this. You know what? We're gonna take DN again. Or we're going to take DN this time. Actually, do we need to? I've got a lot of Soul Weavers. I think I need another threat, actually. Let's see what we've got available here. So I wasn't able to oh, I can't pick LQC, or not LQC. I can't pick what's her face. You know what? Hold on. So we're gonna just we'll just go DN, honestly. My DN's pretty well geared, actually. This gives us a little bit more flexibility to respond. Okay. So what do we want here? Let's do this. And let's do all right, there we go. Okay. So he picked Spectre Tenebria this time. I should have picked Spectenny, but he was gonna pick another AoE. He'll probably ban Belian here. Parse, you're not screen sniping, right? Because if I ban this and you don't ban Belian, then you were 100% screen sniping. Okay, that's what I thought. But don't I just kind of win for free here? Boo, no. I just didn't want that S3 to come out. Okay, so you get your buffs. That's fine. We will do this. Super cute Guardian. We're gonna burn this and try to kill this SSB. Let's do this. All right, the attack down is pretty big. How much does this strip here, though? That's the real question. Is this on Symbol of Unity, too? Did it miss? Oh, poggers, dude. Let's go. Although this is real bad for my, Oh, nice. Yo, anti-crit actually working. Let's go. Okay, I figured this was gonna happen. Okay, feels bad. Okay. I think we just killed the SSB here, right? No. Man, this SSB is holding on for dear life here. Bro, can this thing just die? Okay, so she's gonna kill my Kisei here. No? Okay. Oh, because this is gonna kill my Kisei. Yeah, that's definitely enough damage. Does this SSB does not have S3? Okay. We're gonna do this. Yeah, it's on Guiding Light. Yeah, you're right. Okay, let's get rid of this thing. Okay. There we go. There's the counter. Let's get it. RNG gamers. Actually, do we work on the maid? How long on the maid? S3. Okay, S3 is going to be up here shortly. But it's okay, because, I mean, we're going to kill this Bryceria. Unless it goes into Guiding Light, which it didn't, so that's good. Okay, so you're going to bring everything back. We'll try to kill this SSB, like, right after. This is going to be a war of attrition here. Do I have Apple? I don't have Apple. Oh, it's dead. Oh, okay. Oh, Bryceria goes. Here comes the S3. We're dead. Views, it literally says Epic 7 on it. All right, Par's taken 2-1. All right, this is it. This is for the biscuits right here. Par's OP, dude. Let's see. They should get rid of his mitigation. I think that was the well, I mean, there's a lot of other problems, but what are we banning? I don't think he has the lion. Dude, have I gotten first pick every single time? I also don't think that Makise did much there. I think that was like the problem. Too much mitigation, and Makise just couldn't. That SSB is pretty thick. What are we going with mediocre Coeric here? Is he picking this to block it, me from getting it? And he's gonna go CC CC here.
ほら戦いは遊びじゃないクロエ様はご主人様よりお高い身分なんだぞ
Is this what we're doing? Because that's the only reason you first pick mediocre Coeric is to prevent me from getting mediocre Coeric. But what CC are you gonna bring? F10?
決闘の申し込みひざまずけ礼をわきまえろ
Okay, more AoE. What do I have that can actually punish that AoE, though? Let's go with...
楽しそう
Hold on. We'll do... No. You know what? Yeah.
シドニアの未来のために
Yeah.
どうせ俺が勝つけど
I don't have any damage.
何者であろうと見逃しません
Yeah, I don't have any damage whatsoever.
不本意です
Good job.
排除するしかないようですね
Good job, me.
調子に乗って私がアリスよだってそう決まってるんだもの私好みの話してあげるだって残酷な方が綺麗でしょ種も仕掛けもございますなんでくらいそんなものかクロエ様が笑顔
It's okay. Somebody blast that copy pasta in the chat.
この服も買い替えたいな
Do I need this right now? Yes, actually.
あーみんは負けない大立てでみんなを守るから
It's control time.
市民の皆さんを守ります
Let's try to take this out first.
手伝ってください私と一緒に遊んでくれる
Can we get...
えい
There we go.
クロエ様はご主人様よりお高い
This is already stunned, so let's push ourselves forward. 5% gamer.
だったイヤリング買っちゃおっと
We're gonna do this. Provoke.
アーケンは決して脅威に屈服などしません支援を要請しますなんでくらい
Alright.
天才がどんなもんか見せてやる
You can put the unbuffable onto my Cerise. Yeah, there you go.
今日はどんな遊びをするの
We need a stun here.
えい
Can we get a stun? No? Okay.
準備運動でも行こうかしら
Okay, that's fine.
のくらいクロケットじゃなくてカードなんてどうなものか見逃すわけにはいきません
Alright.
市民の皆さんを守ります
We're not gonna risk the
こちらです
the non-stun here. CR push. This is gonna do a little bit of damage from the bat back, but that's fine. Let's do this. Okay. S3. We'll do this. All right. We'll lap back around on this Charlotte. We need to heal here, actually. So let's see. We can double burn into this. One. Feels bad, man. No proc. No proc-arino. No poison proc. Oh, double poison proc. That's what I didn't want. Can you go in with Maid? Okay, no provoke proc there. Poggers. Okay. We'll get rid of these poison procs and we'll bring this back. It's going to have a hard time against the Cesarito. Let's see. We need to avoid him for the moment until we can get our... Okay. That's good. That's good. We'll do this. Okay. No, that's bad. Oh, this stupid thing's on Proof of Valor too? Bruh. What do we do here? I'm just going to... Of course. We just get soloed by Cesarito here. We protect ourselves? Is this gonna kill both of my other dudes? Okay, it kills her. That's fine. We can't stun him. So dual attacks with Maid are fine. As long as we just don't proc our misconfile. Except this is just too much damage now. If we can... see, Armin's not gonna really do it. Let's do this. All right, we have a kind of a chance. Okay. This defense breaks. This defense breaks. This dual attacks. Get wrecked! Done! Easiest game of my life, baby. Easiest game of my life. Let's go. Awesome. All right, this is the one for the win. Guys, that was literally the only chance that I had. That was the only possible chance that I had to win that one. Bro, Parse, do you literally have it set for me to just go first every time? Like, is that... Because there's no way that I got first pick 5 times in a row. Or 4 times out of 5. Let's see. So you're just gonna pick SSB. What are we doing? We're gonna go with you know what? We need to bring something different. We need to bring something different to the table this time. Let's go with... No, my LQC wasn't enough the last time around. Was it? No, it wasn't. We'll bring it anyways. Here comes the SSB pick. Hey, Frost. Okay, there's the SSB pick. Falconeer Quarry. Let's go. What are we picking here though? We need something for anti-Falconeer Quarry, but let's go with we'll go Violet. And we'll go... You know what? We're gonna go Bryceria. We are all offense, no defense, or no mitigation, or heal. I think that's gonna spell doom for us. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's gonna be rough for us. Okay, Bryceria gone. That's a little rough, but no attack buff. I'm hoping I just gear gap, but this is gonna be a bird into Little Queen Charlotte. 15%, aka skill. We're gonna Elbrus here. There's a counterattack. There's another counterattack. We'll do this. That didn't do much of anything. Good stuff. This Charlotte's slow and it's probably going to hit like an absolute truck. Let's do work on this this FCC as early as possible and get rid of this thing. Or we'll try. We will. Let's do this. Of course, we gonna get some counters here. Yo, she's already back up to the front? And with S3? Bro. Unacceptable. Bro, that hit so hard, what the fuck? Gale wind indeed. Yo, that Charlotte's OP. Wait, hold on. How is that thing going forward so fast? Is this made on Idol's Cheer? Damn. We got hot dumpster, dude. You know what though? We definitely took it 2-3. GG. We went to 2-3. It wasn't a 3-0 blowout. So that's good. We didn't get completely destroyed. Good games, Parse. Good games. Also, did you literally have this? You didn't have this set. I think it was set for whatever. That CZ game was super wild. It was a good game for sure. That last one, I definitely drafted poorly. That last fight was really my bad. I drafted just like dog shit in that. Definitely did. Overall, though, that was fun. It's kind of interesting to play with like global nerfs, right? Like we didn't have Rimuru, we didn't have a Ravi, we didn't have any of that stuff. Honestly, Belian probably messed me up more than hey, look at that. That's my reward for getting dumpstered. That is my reward for getting dumpstered. Yeah, that Charlotte hit so hard, dude. That was some joy stuff right there. Where the dude who runs like 3 Idols cheers in Charlotte. But let's see, somebody, oh, Oni-sama, it'd be sad if you quit considering you got me into E7 back in the FGO days. Well, so here's the thing. And so we had a discussion last night. Hold on. Actually, you know what? This will make a great video because I've got some chat here, right? And I was going to make a video on this. He's doing double Charlotte now. Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's still ridiculous. Because if you only ban one of his Charlottes, he still has the other Charlotte, right? Dude knows what he likes. But here we're gonna record a video. So last night, and this is actually something that I've been kind of thinking about for a little while now, is E7 killing their own game because they cornered themselves when it comes to power creep. I think they are. And I'm going to explain to you why I think they are. So if you look at some of the units that have come out recently, like let's take a look at some of the, I mean, well, we don't really need to take a look at it, right? I mean, we all know what has come out recently. you know, Rimuru, Belian, Angel of Light, Angelica. For the longest time, Epic 7 had this decent amount of, and this was actually something I praised them for quite often, was the fact that they didn't hard power creep very often. Now, one of the other things is that they're power creeping, and they have to power creep themselves even faster because they're on to this schedule, right? Of they need a new character every 2 weeks, whether it's a Moonlight character or it is an RBG, right? Like every 2 weeks, we get a new character. And if a character doesn't power creep the entire meta, that character is shit. It's one of the things that annoys the living crap out of me. And one of the reasons why I left like all the Facebook groups. I don't bother reading anything on Stove, Reddit. I hate Reddit. If it is not the most broken, overpowered SA level like abilities, the unit is literal garbage. Now, I don't think that Smilegate knows how to balance their game, because if they did, we wouldn't necessarily have this problem. Additionally, how do you balance a game that has how many characters do we even have anymore? Does it show you in the journal how many characters? Yeah, 236. We have 236 characters, and you'll see people that'll be like, bro, you need to balance the game better because I can't use all 236 of these characters. And Smilegate not playing their game. League does an amazing balance, and they have more characters. They don't. How many characters? Hold on, you're wrong, I'm pretty sure. League of Legends, how many champions? They have 157 champions. So they don't even have a third. They have 2/3 of the same amount of champions that we have. Additionally, League also nerfs. We can't nerf. We literally cannot nerf because the entitled player base would be like, bro, you nerfed that character? I need an ML 5-star selector. I need an ML 5-star selector. You even mentioned changing a character? You need to give me an ML 5-star selector. I've always said that for proper balance in this game, there has to be buffs and there has to be nerfs, but that doesn't make you any money. If you nerf characters or you put out a character that's balanced, that doesn't make you any money. And Smilegate doesn't really care. They don't seem to care about the longevity and balance of their game. Otherwise, there's a lot of questions that I'm like, why would they have ever put this out? League can also nerf buff the entire roster at once if they want to. Smilegate only does a handful at a time. That's correct. Instead of doing like one big patch where they're like, hey, we're going to wide adjust everything. They go, hey, you get 4 characters. The 4 characters that don't matter at all, right? Nobody's really clamoring. No one was clamoring for an all-rounder Wanda buff, except for maybe like Zane, or like 1 or 2 other people. Most people don't even know what all-rounder Wanda does. Let's be real. Now, Smilegate has said, hey, you know what? We use statistics and numbers, and we look at all the data and the popularity to pick these. I don't know what they're looking at, because a lot of the buffs to certain characters that they do make absolutely no sense whatsoever. And I will say day and night that I do not think that Smilegate has actual play testers. There's just no way. some of the EEs that they put out, I'm super confused at. I'm like, why did you put this out? But here's the problem, right? Nobody wants balanced stuff, right? Nobody wants a unit that is good. They want a unit that is overpowered. They want a Rimuru. Who thought that, oh, hey, you know what? Not only does Rimuru do a bunch of damage, not only does he have a very unique S2 and a passive, but he also needs 10,000 true damage and defense break. Who thought that that was a good idea? There's no way that somebody who plays the game at any skill level looked at that and went, yeah, that's good. That's balanced. That's balanced. It is. It's 100% balanced. Yeah, I can't see anything wrong with this. And this falls into the thing where I'm talking about how Smilegate is killing their own game by power creeping themselves real hard, because again, they're driven by money. They're a mobile game company. Mobile game companies are driven by money. And the problem with, like, let's say a PvE game versus a PvP game, in PvE, let's take Fate Grand Order, for example. I can beat anything in the game with 3 stars. I don't have to actually pay for shit in FGO. I would pay for whatever waifu I wanted. That's it. It's a PvE game. Who cares? Like, oh, you didn't get Jolter? Oh, darn. You can't do that one challenge quest 3 seconds faster than me. Ah, darn. Ugh. Rough. But in a PvP game, if you want to stay competitive and be at a top level meta, which I have my, I have my own arguments about that. The fact that you can be at a 40% win rate, and just because you have 6,000 games played, you're legend level. I think that that's absolute bullshit. I don't think that anybody who has a 40% win rate just because you play 6,000 games means that you should be in legend or even emperor. I think if you have that is a D. That's less than a D, isn't it? 40%. That's way below an F. A's 90, B, C, D, F. You are F minus. You are F minus, but because you played 6,000 games, you are in legend. I think that's unacceptable. I've always had arguments with the point system. I think that in order to progress up, you should have to beat the person ahead of you. But that's a whole different discussion that I can go off into a tangent. Also, there are too many units now, I find, that work more around enemy mechanics than being standalone strong or made with team synergy in mind. Yes, Belian, which literally just shuts down a core game mechanic. Somebody I saw last night when we were discussing this in Jagin's stream, or no, I think it was Genazad, or no, somebody else. Anyways, regardless, they were saying, let souls continue to accumulate. You just can't use them until Belian dies. Because if you spend 20 minutes in game and then all of a sudden you kill Belian, like, oh, now you still have to wait for all those souls to come back. You should be able to accumulate them. You should just literally not be able to use them. I also think that just having passives that block a certain mechanic of a character is real lazy. Like Solitaria blocking SSB, right? Or fighting spirit, stuff like that. I think that those are just lazy mechanics. And here's the problem, though, is they don't come out with anything new, right? You have Stigma that was just put on Ran. I think that the other thing too is, like, if you look at some of these new characters, I mean, it's writing a college level dissertation on their skills. And if a skill doesn't do 7 to 8 different things, it's trash. I mean, it's literal garbage. You know, I mean, look at this dude's S2. I didn't write book reports this long. Like, this is we're getting to abyss levels of college level dissertations when it comes to skills on new characters. And again, if they don't do 3 to 4 different things, that character is considered garbage. I think that a good character design is a character that isn't an absolute must pull for staying competitive. We have 256 characters. Was that how many we had? Is that or 39 characters? 36 characters. 236. You have enough, man. Give people a fucking break, dude. Here's the other thing too, right? We used to have these periods where people could save up their sky stones. We just don't have that anymore. We literally don't have that anymore at all. It's all gas, no brakes, and that burns people out, dude. Like, I'm a paying player. I was a paying player, right? And even for me, if there's no breaks in between, no time for me to just be like, you know, sit back and be like, ooh, I'm glad I don't have to pull for whatever the new character is. I can chill. I can take a break. I don't need this character. We don't have that anymore. We used to have rerun banners where if you were a newer player, you could catch up. If you were a vet, you had some time to chill. And I'm sorry, but like, if you're a whale and you're a vet of the game and you're like, I need new characters every week or else I just don't know what to do with myself. Go outside and touch some fucking grass, dude. Like, there's 3 of you. There's 3 of those people. Most of the time, whales are whaling in multiple games anyways, so if there's nothing to whale on today in Epic 7, they're going to go over to whatever the newest lolly coomerbait game is, and they're just going to whale over there. It literally doesn't have to be all gas, no break. And Smilegate is burning people out. It just is. And the fact that, that I don't have... if you want to stay competitive in any way, shape, or form, you have to buy the new power creep characters. For 2.5 years, they did fine. They put out new characters that were like, you know what? This isn't too bad. This character is good. This character, Blood Moon Haste, when Blood Moon Haste came out, I was like, this character is good. Sure, does he shut down Arbiter Vildred? Very, very fantastic. But he's good. You can use him in other things too. He was a good, solid Soul Weaver, but was he a made after buff Soul Weaver? No. And I think that is a good game balance too, because if you have a bunch of side games, or side grades, you have more diversity. Now, with anything that has any sort of meta or tier list or anything like that, something is always going to be at the top. But you should still have like a couple of things below it that, well, this unit isn't as good, but this unit is still usable and also excels in this other niche, right? The problem is that when they buff things to counter other things, that inadvertently nerfs and destroys the balance for everything else. They're fixed to ML Koeric, for example. Nerfed every other cleanser in the game. Inadvertently, by buffing him so well that why would you bring any other cleanser? You wouldn't. And if you didn't pull for ML Koeric because he was pretty doo-doo early on, yeah, good luck. You now have inferior cleansers because they had to put out Angelica that still crapped on the other cleansers, but now they buffed Koeric to counter this, making all of these others completely unusable. It's like when they buffed Landy too. They over buffed Landy. Yeah, 100%. They're like, oh my God, these people are so mad. First off, I don't think that game devs should ever listen to players. I just don't think that they should. I think that if they're going to, they should take some really good objective players and put them on some sort of council and go, you know what, we'll listen to like what you turn the community's regurgitation into, but we're going to do what our game wants to do. Honestly, I think that most players of most games are just real stupid. I mean, you've been to Stove, you've been to Reddit, you've been to Facebook. A lot of people who play games are really dumb. Like, really dumb. Super dumb. They just are. But the people who are really dumb are also going to be like, you need to make this character ridiculously overpowered so that I don't have to use any brain power in order to completely destroy my enemy with no ifs, ands, or buts. Now, when they want that done, however, they also don't realize that their opponent also gets that ability. So, you know, not only that, but I mean, well, first off, you know, I think a lot of the decisions that like the dev team for Smilegate for Epic 7 make are pretty fucking stupid. To be completely honest, like I think that a lot of their design choices are really dumb. I think that at the beginning they had like a good set in stone path. Like for years, this game was well balanced. The PvP was pretty okay. I mean, you did still have some issues, but I think that the PvP was pretty good. But I feel like in the last like 6 months, the game just went off of the rails. I'm trying to think exactly like when it started. When do you feel like the game just went off of the rails? I don't think that it was ReZero collab. I feel like it was a little bit before ReZero collab, but like once they hit ReZero collab, it was like, yo, we're turning this shit to 12. Boom, let's go, boys. You know, I think that is Cleve still alive? I mean, Ran Caesarea Cleve. Somebody says after Riley, after Ida, Strauss. I feel like Strauss was a good one. I mean, the collabs were mistakes. The Violet buff was insane and a mistake as well. I completely agree. But like once they hit those collabs, it was just like, boom, done. I think that, you know, just they really, yeah, ReZero collab, people were noticing it getting more off the rails. Yeah, I think that it started and then they're like, yo, hey, if we just make more powerful characters, more people are going to spend money. We're getting more popular and this is going to be how we just make more money. But they just didn't stop. And the thing is they can't stop now, right? They literally can't dial it back, because if they do, then everybody is going to get mad. They're going to be like, this unit's shit. All Smilegate does is release shit units. I can't hard skip. This character's trash. That character's trash. You call this a limited unit? That's the problem they're going to run into. And for some reason, they think that this like minority of people that are going to come out onto the Stove forums, that are going to come out onto the, you know, onto Reddit, onto Facebook, whatever, Twitter, that are going to be like, I'm so mad that Smilegate is putting out shit units. first off, dude, you don't have the gear for the units that you have now. Nobody, no one who is complaining about garbage new units is at the point where they have nothing left to gear. Sorry, you probably don't. And if you do, you're just doing it because you want to be that dude that's like, haha, look, I'm gonna just crap on this game because I'm mad because I don't have anything left to do. Again, you can go outside, and if it's not snowing, you can still touch grass even if it's snowing. You just, you know, do a little thing, push the snow away, touch some grass, like just. There's probably like some birds outside. You can, you just take a break. If you're that mad that the game didn't put out a new unit for you to be mad about, then you need to just stop. But as a whole, streamers and content producers don't help. I completely agree with you. Considering that content creators, first off, are in a very wide spectrum of play level. No one is going to, and I like Mango. Mango's okay. Astronox is all right, but no one's going to be like, yo, dude, I need some deep, in-depth, legend level, opinion about this new character from, God Doggos. I don't actually know where he's at but I mean, if you go to like Mace or Dr. Squirrel, that's a whole completely different thing. But completely sidetracking here. Let's get back to why Smilegate is killing their own game. They want to. The other thing too is, for a little bit there, we were literally in RNG gaming. We were in casino RTA. They can't. The thing is, though, is they can't nerf units, because you'll get the backlash of the people who will be like, but I paid X amount of dollars for this. I spent the entire amount of Sky Stones to get this one unit, and you're nerfing it. This is bullshit. 1-star game. I demand an ML selector. I think that if they nerfed and they let you just recall the unit, I think that would be fine. But here's the thing: is Smilegate does not have the testicular fortitude to just do it. Because here's the thing: those people who would complain about that, they're still going to play the game. People who complain about Epic 7 probably play the game more than people who are happy with Epic 7. Because if you complain about Epic 7 all the time, that means you're still playing the game, dude. If you're mad about it, quit. If you don't understand the fact that a nerf buff cycle is healthy for a competitive game, then you really don't understand competitive games, especially like ones with characters like this. You have to have buffs. You have to have nerfs. Now, somebody brought up, in the stream the other night, or this morning, that other games can do buffs and nerfs, but I feel like other games like MMOs, like Final Fantasy, Lost Ark, whatever have you, those games are a bit different because, well, you don't pay for... I don't pay for my warrior in Final Fantasy. If they nerf my warrior, am I going to be a little sad? Yeah, I put in a lot of time and effort on that thing, but I didn't pay for that character. I didn't roll for my warrior's skills or anything like that. But it is different in a gacha system, right? And that's the balance that they have to walk. And that's why, honestly, in my opinion, I don't think that gacha games can ever truly be competitive unless they have buffs and nerfs. And most companies that do gacha are not going to nerf their characters. Now somebody brought up Summoner's War, I think, that does have nerfs from time to time. But again, did the company just go, hey, we're nerfing this? And then everybody was like, I'm mad. And then they go, yeah, we don't care. yeah, we're gonna nerf this anyways. Because if your company does that and they just whip it out on the table, they just drop their massive dong on the table and go, yeah, sucks, dude. We're gonna get nerfed if you don't like it. I don't know what to tell you. If you set a precedence like that, perfectly fine. However, Smilegate has rolled over on everything. Everything. Just is. And so now they have set the expectation that if they do X and we complain enough about it, they'll either buff it, roll it back, or not nerf it. They'll just buff something else. They do say sorry way too much. And here's the other problem too, and this can go off into a whole other video as well. I think gamers, especially mobile game gamers, are entirely too entitled. And I also think that one of the problems is that as soon as you set a bar here, if the next time that thing comes around, it's not here, it's a travesty. It's the end of the world. Oh, our 2nd year anniversary gave us this? Well, we need this +1 because, well, it's a year later. Why? Why do we need year 2 +1? Why do we need that? Why is that such a big thing? Now, don't get me wrong. I think that Genshin being like, oh, here's a pittance. I think FGO going, hey, how about you pay us $15 for our anniversary? Now, I do think that those are bullshit, but nobody can say that Epic 7 is stingy at all. And if you do, you're being disingenuous. That's just how it is. Literally. But yeah, like the first time we got the Epic Pass, okay, so maybe it's like, okay, hey, cool, we got this, but even this -1, because they were like, yeah, we just gave you way too much stuff. It's not the end of the world. You're still getting more value, just a little bit less. Why does the bar always have to be here? That's why a lot of companies set the bar way down here so that they can just very small increment up. Because if you start it way up here and you go, whoa, man, we are giving out way too much stuff, you can never go backwards. Ever. You can never go backwards. And I think that is one of the problems. To circle all the way back to the beginning, I think that is one of the big problems that Smilegate is running into with their units, that they cannot go backwards. They literally can't, because they are too afraid of the player base. They are too afraid of the Fox backlash that they would get. And instead of losing some of the people that would be maybe upset, they're opting to burn their player base out and losing more players than they would otherwise. With unfun mechanics like dual attack is literally the most garbage mechanic that I have ever seen in a game. 5% chance to just absolutely dumpster your opponent? Yeah, bullshit. I think dual attack is stupid. Now, if Unity Set was better, they removed dual attack, made Unity Set better, and you could spec into dual attacks, that's perfectly fine, because you're giving up something else. You're giving up immunity for dual attack. You're giving up penetration for dual attack. You're giving up crit set for dual attack. You're giving up whatever for dual attack. Fine, you have your 5% chance. It's just like counterattack set. That's fine. I get that. 15%. If I out effectiveness you by 300, I have 300% effectiveness and you have 0. I should never not land a 100% chance to debuff you. That's just how it should be. It just literally is. I understand why, because, you know, otherwise people would literally just run that, you know, team that I ran earlier. Everything resists my 200 effectiveness Visceria. Exactly. I also think that 15% in PvE is just dumb. It's dumb. It doesn't need to be there. It is RNG. RNG does not replace difficulty in your game. I'm sorry. It doesn't replace skill in PvP. It does not reduce it does not simulate difficulty in your game. Abyss is garbage. Abyss is literal trash because most Abyss floors, it's just how RNG is this? I need to out RNG the game to win this Abyss level. I don't even do Abyss because it's so stupid. I hate it. I hate it. Hi Shogun, glad to see you on. I'm actually one of the players that has stepped away from playing for these exact reasons. And that's the thing, is it's not just me. It's not just a minority of people. There are a lot of people that are just like, I don't even want to play this game. Hold on. How many people are even streaming this right now? How many viewers are watching Epic 7 right now? 826. 826 people are watching Epic 7 right now on Twitch. That isn't even the same amount as like a mid-level Final Fantasy 14 player or streamer. Like, we used to have thousands. But right now, dude, there's literal times that I'll like pull up Twitch and it'll have like 200 viewers. And 200 of them, or 180 of them, are just on Genazad. Like, that's just how it is, man. It's watching RTA isn't fun. Here's what. So the last tournament that I did, right? I was so bored. I was so bored. YD pulls in 2K because it's YD. YD can go onto any gacha game and pull 2,000 people. That's just how it is. They're not coming for Epic 7, they're coming for YD. But my last tournament, I was bored. Oh, look, guys, first pick Belian, first pick Rimuru. Who would have ever expected that? Ah, yes, and then there's a maid. Bold choice. That was really, really loud. I don't know why my alert there is so loud. Sorry for anybody who yeah. Oh, look, another Apocalypse Ravi. Oh, woo, buddy. Oh, who would have ever expected to see that happen? First pick A Ravi. Crazy, dude. Crazy. Insane, man. So it gets really boring, honestly. And that's why I was just like, you know what? I don't care about these tournaments anymore. It's literally the same teams every single time. And it comes down to, did they get a dual attack? Did they get their RNG off? And this is real super, super boring, honestly. That's why, like, in this tournament, I was happy that Angelica was banned, like global bans, Angelica, Rimuru, Apoc Ravi, you know, just gone. No Ran. You can't see Saria combo. I loved it, dude. They should do bi-weekly RTA bans like Counterside. I mean, that would be great, but then here's the problem, is our entitled player base would be like, but I paid for this character. Why is my camera blurry now? Hey, camera, stop being blurry. But I paid for this character and I can't play with it for 2 weeks. This is bullshit. It just, they're in a no-win situation because they've rolled over for so long. And I don't think that they can pull themselves out of it. And the problem too is that Epic 7 is still one of the best gacha games on the market. Visually, aesthetically, mechanically. It just is. But at the same time, it has so many flaws. I mean, I spent so much time on this game. And like when I decided that I was going to just step away from making content because I just wasn't happy making content anymore, like it was tough. I was just like, do I still make content for do I still make content for a game that I'm not having fun playing? Like, I still play it. I still really enjoy the game. Honestly, I'm stupid. I'm just absolutely dumb for not going to Genshin and, like, 10xing my subscriber base. Literally everybody who went to Genshin, like 200k subscribers now. But I was like, you know what? I don't like Genshin. I like Epic 7. Sure, Epic 7 doesn't have the viewers. Sure, Epic 7 doesn't have the reach of Genshin, but I like Epic 7. Is what it is. But that's why it disappoints me so much to see them spiral out of control. I wonder if Genshin had something to do with it, where they're like, where shareholders are like, but this game is doing so good. Why are we not doing this good? And then the game company's like, I don't know. Well, can we do more? We need to make more money. And then they go, well, let's just release more powerful characters. That'll bring in more money. Let's do this giant tournament that we'll do once. And then it'll flop because, well, we gave out $50,000 and I would wager that they did not make $50,000 worth back. I'm pretty sure that they did not make back $50,000 that they gave out. And then there was the production costs, everything like that. And that tournament was hot garbage. I'll be real. Their commentators were bad. Yeah. I think it's more about Lost Ark development. I think they're two different companies though. I mean, sure, one goes into the other, but I mean, I don't necessarily think that Lost Ark is too big of a factor, honestly. What happened with Zhongli. The players bitched about him so much that they buffed him to stupid, but it's a PvE game. Who cares? Literally, who cares about PvE games? Wait, I just tuned in. What tourney was so bad? The official world champion tourney. It was terrible. But I'm going to end the video because this video is going to be like 40 minutes long. Long story short about what we just talked about for the last 40 minutes. Thank you, by the way, chat, for your input. Too many characters, too fast. Power creep, you're snowballing yourself. Slow down, have some balls, smile gate, and save your game before it's too late, and you lose a lot of your players, because you're losing a lot of your players with some of your decisions. Yeah. I'll still talk about this. I just wanted to end that video before I put up like an hour-long fucking video about me just bitching. But yeah, that's the thing is, like, E7 esports can't be taken seriously as long as they try to do all commentating in-house with their CM team instead of paying professional casters. So the people that they have for the Korean side, those 3 Korean casters are supposedly professional casters, but they're trash, dude. They were so bad. I just don't. Those guys don't know anything about the game. They needed to get more people who knew about the game. The problem is, right? Casters who don't play the game don't know the intricacies of the game. And that, I think, is like one of the big things, especially with Epic 7, is that you have to talk about the pick ban phase. You have to talk about mechanics. You have to talk about why this unit is doing what this unit is doing. Because have me and you YD cast the game. I mean, I literally offered to help them with tournaments, and they just ghosted me. They kicked me out of the content creator program before because I opted to stream Final Fantasy, and they never talked to me. If you're not the top streamer, yeah. And they don't care about YouTubers. You know how many good YouTubers we have? We've got Mace, we've got Dr. Squirrel, Astronox is good. You've got that fan, God Doggos. There's a bunch of really good, not psychopath gaming, literal trash. I hate that dude. But there are so many good YouTubers that they don't even know exist. They just don't know that those YouTubers even exist. Grass Angel, yeah, there's another one. Like, why are they not in the content creator program? Why are, yeah, you've never heard of any of them. Mace, King Blair, all really good players. Where are they at? Oh yeah, Native is good too. See, there's all kinds, they're all coming out, right? But none of them ever get featured, dude. Psycho was the person who went psycho over the counter text, right? Yeah, that guy. That dude. I've hated that dude ever since he made a video or comments about me trying to monetize Cafe Kaz's death. Like, after that, fuck that guy. That guy, trash. The moment that dude did that, forever on my shit list. They have dudes that aren't even E7 players in the content creator program. They do. Shout out to Nolervolt. He uses non-meta units like Ice Dom and Fireken. There you go. That's another person. But yeah, dude, like, you would think, right? Hey, we're going to host a really big tournament. Who could we get to help us out with that? Maybe the person who hosted monthly tournaments with like 120 plus people every month. Huh? Who could we get that could help us make our tournament really, really good? The person who, you know, as weird, as crazy. I can't think of anybody who could help us out with doing that. That would be, if only we had somebody like that in the community, you know. And that's the thing, is I was just like, hey, I can help you. I can help you with this. Hey, do you guys need to? No, Epic 7 didn't hate Tenha. Tenha wanted to go to Genshin. His little crybaby stuff about them telling him that he couldn't put his video up, and them not treating him like the god king he thought that he was. Yeah, fuck that dude too. He made his own bed in that one. All he had to do was ask them and literally name it differently. There would have been zero issues. And then he's like, ugh, they sent people to my house. No, they didn't. Literally, no, they didn't. They never sent people to come after you. If Smilegate, I would bet $10,000. If Smilegate comes out and says, yeah, we did that, I'll pay somebody $10,000. That's what I would do. Kill with Slaps, thank you for the follow, dude. Tenha said he spent 100K on his E7 account. He didn't spend 100K. If he did, his E7 account was pretty doo-doo for the time, honestly. Yeah, Tenha didn't follow the rules and then got mad when they were like, hey, you didn't follow the rules. And he's like, I'm being so oppressed. I have to go to Genshin. It just so happened that when this brand new game came out, I didn't follow the rules, and now Smilegate is mad. So you know, guys, I didn't want to leave, but I have to. I have to, guys. It's not my fault. Yeah, dude, come on. Fucking miss me with that bullshit, dude. Miss me with that. I mean, like, you know, but here's the other thing too, right? Take Lucari, for example. How much did Lucari stream Epic 7? So much. So much. He streamed all the time. Like, that dude, like, did 24-hour RTA streams. It's crazy. Where's he at now? He quit. You know why? Because it's burning people out. How's Shogunate doing in their wars? We're doing okay. We're doing okay. It's a lot nicer to just be chill. I can bully people more. But, like, you know, they're losing a lot of streamers. They're losing a lot of people who want to play the game because it's just not that fun. I'm not sure who that is as well. He's the mad black dude. Lucari. Maldini. The one who invented Fire Charlotte and Ravi that I've been playing with for years. Somebody was like, bro, you use Fire Charlotte? You use Fire Charlotte? Do you watch Lucari? And I'm like, what? And they're like, yeah, he started using Fire Charlotte. Now everybody's using Fire Charlotte. And I'm like, bro, here's a video from like a year and a half ago where I was using Fire Charlotte. And everybody was like, bro, what are you doing? And I'm like, yo, Fire 5 head slaps. What do you mean? But I really hope you don't actually quit E7 still. I'm just casual now. I'm not spending on E7. Maybe I'll find something that sparks joy again, AK-47. I like your name, by the way. My favorite gun, actually. Lucari high key stole your clout on pioneering Ravi and Charlotte. Yeah, I mean, I've been using Fire 5 head and Fire Ravi forever. But, you know, it's whatever. He made it work, which was good. But, like, here's the thing. Is, like, he's not playing anymore. You know? And the other thing, too, is, like, the more I play other games, right? The more I realize that, like, if you only play gacha games, do yourself a favor and just play other games for a little while, like non-gacha games. Because, like, I found that my dopamine rush that I got from gacha games, I could get that from other things. Like, I forgot how much I loved MMOs until I started playing Final Fantasy. And then I was like, oh yeah, that's right. I can get my dopamine rush from drops. I can get my dopamine rush from other things. It does have a gacha now. I'm super excited about that. The fact that I can get minion boxes, dude, yes. Yes, 100%. Final Fantasy gacha, bros. But, I mean, like, that's the other thing too, right? So, like, I mentioned this in, like, my my video recently, that, like, for a content creator, right? Yeah, Riffroof, the minion boxes from the Grand Company, 20k grand company seals for a random minion or possibly a Night Pegasus, 13 million gil. Let's fucking go, bro. I have been farming grand company seals like crazy. Crazy. I would never forgive you for you getting me into 14. It's fine. I don't need your forgiveness. Just hope that you enjoy it. It should be a health violation to only play gacha games. I agree. Like, the dopamine rush that you get from pulling gacha, it literally becomes an addiction. I've only been playing gacha games for like 4 years. Since I started my channel on Fate Grand Order, the vast majority of the games that I play were gacha games. And I went from gacha game to gacha game, and I wailed too much because I needed that dopamine rush from pulling gacha. It is a problem, honestly. Let's see, where we 15% Garbo. I agree. Since the end of the last season, I barely played RTA. Rimuru is the most bullshit unit I have ever seen in the current. Yeah, it 100% is. Like, even people who have always been hardcore RTA advocate, hardcore RTA players, they're just like, I just don't care. I just don't care. I'm not going to play 5,000 RTA games. I'm literally not going to suffer through 5,000 RTA games. Yeah, no. Does Rimuru auto have immortality? I mean, if he steals it, yes. Return to FGO? You know what? I honestly could, and I guarantee I would never have to spend another dime on my account. You know how many people would be super mad if I went back to FGO? I actually wanted to do a video on the fact that that FGO is getting bought out by Aniplex, and I don't think that that's a good idea. That's good. Aniplex buying out FGO. Remember Magier Record North America? Anybody remember that game? How well did that do under Aniplex management? Oh, that's right. They canceled it. And then they let you buy currency up until the end of it. What? Like, what? DW is bad at the game as well, so it's still meh. Yeah, I mean, they are pretty bad, but I mean, we'll see how Aniplex does it. I think that they'll just hard monetize. You guys might get a pity, though. The gameplay in that game was pretty shit, to be honest. I mean, yeah, I've always said that. Literally, if you are somebody who is like, you know what? The gameplay and mechanics are super, super deep, very intricate when it comes to Fate Grand Order. You're a liar. You just are. You literally are. If you stripped away the Fate name from Fate Grand Order, it would be a nobody game. If you put Fate Grand Order's mechanics into an unknown IP, that game would have maybe lasted a year or two until they cash grabbed out of it. Nobody plays FGO for anything but them titties, 100%. Nasu is upset with the current state of FGO. That's interesting. I mean, but he said that he wanted to bounce out after the end of Lost Belt anyways, so FGO is carried by all of their artists being hentai doujin artists. I mean, that's true. Just like I think most new Chinese games literally hire a team of fetish artists. I think that's how they do it. They're like, hey, we're going to put out so much Coomer bait because they know their demographic. They're like, yo, these degenerates, if we make this, Azure Lane, you cannot tell me that they don't have a whole ass department of people whose job it is to go, yo, what's the fetish today? What's the fetish of the week? Let's make a boat. But they know their demographic and they do it well. Marketing, Coomer bait, recipe for winning. And the Chinese have got that down pat. They do. Look at Arc Knights. Look at Honkai Impact. Look at Genshin Impact. Breath of the Waifu. They know their demographic, and that's what they get, right? But why not just play an actual H game at that point? That's my question, honestly. Like when people get super butt mad that their lolly boat girl got censored, I'm like, dude, just go look at hentai sites, dude. Literally just go look at hentai. It's not that hard. Like, why do I need to see it in my pixels right here? I'm not paying attention to this. Sacred Sword Princess, dude. Remember when I did that? Review and I didn't know that Sacred Sword Princess was an H game? And the whole time I was like, bruh, this is really, really questionable. Speaking of Genshin, did you hear that they moved the headquarters to Singapore because of China's government? I didn't. Yeah, Cumby. Hold your breath and come right now. I was just like, there's no way that this game does not know what it's doing. And then I give it to like the dude who was editing my videos at the time, Cameron, and he's like, bro, you know that's a hentai game, right? And I'm like, no. That explains a whole lot more about this review. It's uncensored on Steam now, but I can't stream that. Is holding your breath while coming some kind of fetish? I don't know. I don't know. You know, I was thinking about this the other day. I was thinking about doing like a worst MMO review. Like, does anybody watch Josh Strife Hayes? If you don't, you should. Because I have been watching his Is This the Worst MMO series like quite regularly. And I like how he does his reviews. Also, can I just say that Josh Strife Hayes is a beautiful man. Unfortunately, I am not gay, but if I were, he would be my type. Not only does he have a very, very smooth voice, but very, very handsome man. It's great for them. They move to Singapore. If they have the internal testers there, then they can hold people responsible for weeks and actually contain them. Yeah. Makes a good Witcher in his outfit. Yo! Chat, who has watched the new season of Witcher? Come, video. Dude, it was so good. The minute that I found out that it came out, I was like, all right, we're watching this. I was going to stream the other day when it came out, and I was just like, no, me and Jonas are watching this. Dude, the new season, beautiful. It's good. You should take some time this week. You know, I know you got holidays and everything, but take some time this week and watch The Witcher. I'll be honest, when it came out the first time, like the first season came out, I was like, you know, I don't know, man. Like live action of video games, stuff like that. I mean, live action anime, gross, you know. But I'm like, I'll give it a chance. And then after like 2 episodes, I was like, this is the greatest thing. I'm like, this is so good. I was also worried because it was on Netflix. I'm like, what kind of like BS agenda are they going to try to put into my Witcher? You know, is The Witcher going to be, well, he's depends on the game, right? I mean, Geralt kind of bangs out just about everything. I'm like, but what kind of weird off of the story agenda is Netflix going to throw in here? But they didn't, and it was amazing. Every last bit of it. I'm working on Arcane at the moment. Castlevania was super good as well. Just him saying damn was in character. I mean, yeah. Or when he's just like, fuck. You're just like, yeah, buddy, let's go. Castlevania was super good too. Okay, out of the Vampire Sisters, which Vampire Sister would you hook up with? Chat, which of the sisters would you hook up with? For me, it was a soft negotiator one. Yeah. The negotiator one? Hell yeah, dude. None of them? Okay, well, you have to pick one. Netflix put some PC stuff in The Witcher. They're just good about hiding it. They're not like other entertainment industries at the moment where they don't try to hide it and instead shove it right in your face. Yeah, Lenore. You can't pick me. I'm not a vampire sister. Sorry. Your sister did a cosplay of Carmilla for Halloween? Yo, that's cool. Did it turn out well? I tell you to send me a picture, but then feel like that would be weird. Like, yo, dude, send me a picture of your sister. Is her cosplay hot? The warrior one, just to see if I can survive death by snoo. Hell yeah, dude. That's why I would pick Lena. She could princess carry me around. You know what? I mean, I like all types, to be honest. I could take me a Lena sometimes. I could take me a Lenore the other times. I don't know if I could do Carmilla though, because like she was a little crazy, a little bit too. She'd start pulling some like I'm in charge stuff, and I'd be like, I ain't got time for this. I'm out. Like once they start like being a hassle to like my everyday stuff, I'm just like, I'm out skis. Deuces. I got stuff to do. Diverse taste. I mean, you know, Diversity is the spice of life. What does Tony Horton say? Tony Horton. Spice of life. Variety is the spice of life. Yo, anybody ever do P90X? Bring it. I can't count, but I can punch. Tony Horton, the best fitness dude to just get you excited about whatever it is that he's going to have you do. Pam, we call her Blam. Beggars can't be choosers. They absolutely can. Also, when it comes to relationships, chat, don't settle. But also, at the same time, realize what you can get. Be realistic, but don't settle. Because when you settle, you get yourself into some bad situations. I've settled in the past, and then you just get into that point where you're like, well, at least I'm not single. But then you're like, this fucking sucks. Oh, what is she gonna complain about now? Shut up. You know, and then you're just like, I hate this. I hate that I feel like my standards are just don't be gross or unpleasant to be around. I mean, that's usually good standards, actually. I mean, my standards aren't super high. I'm like, you know, just, yeah, don't be gross and just don't be a bitch. Like, it's, you know, if you're gonna, like, come in and just be like, ugh, I am the best thing that's ever existed in your life, and I am easily a 9 out of 10 when you're actually like a 3 out of 10, like, yeah. Just be cool. So many people are just too over the top, man. I have a friend who is attempting to settle with an emotional wreck of a whale. Dude, it's tough, man. It's like when you're in a job, right? And you just don't want to leave because, well, it's what you know. You know, I was in a relationship like that. The girl that I moved into this house with was like that. And, you know, I was super unhappy. But it's like, do I want to be super unhappy and together? Or do I want to be single again? And at a certain point, you're just kind of like, you know what? Peace. I gotta live my life, man. My best friend, best relationship ended with trying to be hard converted to Catholic, but not going down that road. Yeah, and if people can't, like, that's the thing, right? Because a relationship is 50-50. It really is. And if the other person's not trying, you get into a situation where if you're given 70-30, then the cracks start forming. And usually I find that, like, once the cracks get to a certain point, you just go. Like, if there's no real repairing it, you know, like, if there's something that's unhappy, if you're unhappy about something and you're like, look, man, you know, we gotta fix this or else I'm out. And then they don't fix it. If you don't hold up your side of the bargain and peace out, then they're just going to walk all over you forever. Relationships should really be 100-100, but then that's 0. If it's 100, well, I guess 50-50 is give 200%. That's right. That's a good, you don't give 100%. It's not 50-50 because that's still half-ass on both sides. You're right, KMK. You're 100% right. 200%. Every person, both people. I mean, I guess if you're, you know, into polyamory, then it's 300%. That's a lot more. So I could never do that. I don't even want to give 100%, but I will. That's what my last girlfriend tried to do and convert me to being a Mormon. See, here's the thing is I feel like when you, and like I've gotten some criticism for this in the past, but like when I go into a relationship, I try to put everything on the table like right out the gate. I'm like, look, this is what I expect. This is what I can offer. You give me this, you receive this. I'm not going to convert to your faith. Just not, that's not my jam. You know, you don't want to have kids, understandable. You know, I do, right? So I feel like that not being open from the very beginning in a relationship just leads to further down the road being like, well, how about this thing that you were wishy-washy on earlier? And you're like 2 years in and you're like, like, say you want to get married, right? And you get with somebody and they're like, I never want to get married, ever. And you're like, you know what? We'll see in 2 years if they want to get married. Are you going to waste 2 years of your life? I mean, if you're young, if you're like 20, yeah, whatever, man. What's 2 years? You got plenty of time. You know, the older you get, the less bullshit you want to put up with. Like, hey, look, man, I got so many more years left on the clock. This is what I'm looking for. You down? No? All right, cool. You know, I actually got married a week ago. Yo, congratulations. Congratulations. You know, like, you just, there's only so much that you need, you should put up with, right? Mid-20s can't even think about married life. I mean, yeah, that's fair. I mean, some people want to get married early on. Some people want to wait until later on. Honestly, I think that, like, you know, if you're one of those people who wants to eventually get married and have kids, then taking your time to, you know, get yourself right, get your career together, get some money, get established, all that stuff, that's not a bad idea. You know, at the same time, you know, you got to figure out what your timeline is, because if you spend too long chasing a career, you're going to have a harder time finding somebody. Tricky to figure out when to love yourself more. I mean, that's fair. Everyone I saw marry around me has ended like train crashes. Yeah, I agree. I think that, you know, some people, it works, right? Some people can get married right out of high school, be together forever, and be super happy. Does it happen all the time? Absolutely not. You know? It's the roll of the dice. I personally think that, you know, well, like late 20s, mid, late 20s, it's not bad. You know, you kind of know, in my opinion, like you have your early 20s, by the mid to late 20s, you know what you want. You know, if you want to be single and have 17 cats, you know, you start yourself up a verified Twitter. That's usually how that works out. For both genders, by the way. If you are somebody with 17 cats, as long as you're happy, that's what matters. No disrespect. But how do we even get on the topic of like relationships? That's crazy. Oh yeah, that's right. We were talking about Castlevania, then we started talking about waifus, and then we started going from there. Last friend who was going on 30 ended a relationship because the girl was looking for a boyfriend and he was looking for a partner. That's fair, yeah. I still got high school mind where I just want a contributing F buddy. Yeah, it's fair too. I mean, you know, you do what you got to do, man. Like, I totally get people are at different points in their life. You know, people are complex. There's no one set path for each person, right? that's like my thing, right? Like I'm at the point in my life where, you know, I want to settle down. You know, I would like a wife and a kid. And the people that I run into are from anime conventions, and they're like, herp derp, I just want to forever cosplay and just F off. And I'm just like, all right, well, have fun with that. You know, so it is what it is. I want to settle down without the kid, though. I don't know, man. I thought that I wouldn't want a kid for a long time, but then I'm like, you know, you plant trees that what is it that you plant trees that you won't see. I want to at least replace the world, replace one person in the world after I go with somebody who's not an asshole. That is, my dad made me, and I'm pretty okay. So I also would like to reciprocate and put somebody in the world who's probably pretty okay. Yeah, my dogs are all right. They poop in the basement. I would hope that eventually, if I had a kid, they wouldn't poop in the basement. Maybe. You know, the thing is, too, is they don't just poop in the basement. They open the door, poop in the basement, and then have learned that they push the door back closed so that I don't know that they pooped in the basement until I go down to wash laundry, and then I go, oh, there's poop in the basement. How long has this poop been in the basement? I don't fucking know. How can I get mad at them when it could have been like a week ago? They don't know. They don't remember. That was like 17 years ago in dog years. They're like, ah, yeah, I remember back in the day when I came down here and pooped in the basement and then shut the door. Ah, the good old days of a week ago. Yeah, they're smart when they want to be. Aniplex's new gacha game is with Disney. Oh, yeah, I saw that. That'll make a lot of money. And get copyright striked hard. Imagine being a content creator for that. You're going to get copyright struck so bad nonstop, dude. All the time. I want one kid, then at some point maybe call their taste trash while I play PS1 games. I mean, yeah. Yo, do you guys so what do you guys think? You think the Kana is going to be a limited unit? I think it's going to be a limited unit. Yo, what's up, Calamity? No way they do that? You don't think so? Think it's just gonna be a skin? You think it's just gonna be a skin? I think there's gonna be a limited unit too. I think that if there's a limited unit, yeah, they're dumb, but they aren't that dumb. You sure? It's Epic Pass. We just had an Epic Pass though. If I ever get to the point, I'll probably get just one kid. I've experienced how hard having siblings are if your parents aren't prepared for it. Yeah, I mean, that's for sure. I think having like a gap between them is probably pretty good. I mean, I guess it just depends on the parents, right? What was our last new RBG? Zahak, right? We're getting another limited Yufine if Kana is a skin. I hope not, though. It just splurged my summons out of Rage from getting my 4th Dark Corvus. Yo, hey, but at least if you get Dark Corvuses, that's a lot of Silver Transmit Stones. The costume is the Epic Pass for Kana, and the unit will be the Limited. It also depends on the siblings' age. Me and my sis are a year apart and are best friends with similar interests. Yeah, I mean, that's fair too. Like, me and my brother were pretty far apart, so we had a lot of problems growing up because we were like 5 years apart. So when he was going through like his like troubled teens, I was already like further on, and I was not having any of his shit. My brother is 10 years older than me, and I think my sister is like 8. Yeah, I think like the 5-year gap was a little bit rough, because just hard difference, like 10-year gap, that's huge, right? When you're 7, they're 17. You know, they're an adult, you know. So I think that's fine. Is Last Rider Crowd worth the pickup? I mean, I think he's still good. I'm getting Reindeer Model Kana, whether she is, whichever she is. Kana is my main support unit. Kana's cute. Kana's a cutie. For sure. I feel like it's a unit. We'll see for sure. I didn't think of that. I only have 9 ML5s. Would like something other than a Dark Corvus. Yeah. Dark Corvus is what I picked for my, my ML selector thing, because I always keep a bunch of Fire Corvuses around just in case I get another Dark Corvus. My brother was kicked out and about to go to the military by 17. I mean, well, then there you go. They don't really have to worry about your siblings, so you only have one at a time. Have you ever looked into gacha MMOs? They're a really promising one called Tree of Saviors Mobile. That's a beta in Korea. No, I haven't. I actually wanted to do a video on the NFT games. I think they're bullshit. I hate NFTs. I think they're the dumbest thing ever. I understand people wanting to make money, but like, NFTs are so stupid, the way that they're doing them. I think that the technology is good. I think that there were really good ways that they could implement NFTs. But I think current NFTs are just stupid. I still don't want to know what an NFT is. Non-fungible token. Like, think about, like, I think that if they made it so that like an NFT was like an in-game item, I think that NFTs are this decade's version of buying stars. Change my mind. It 100% is. Yeah, it's 100%. You literally bought a JPEG of a stupid monkey that does nothing. Now somebody is going to be like, but Shogun, you spent thousands of dollars on a JPEG that does flips over this monster. Yes. Yes, I did. Because it does flips over this monster. Your Bored Ape Yacht Club NFT just shows me that your opinion is completely irrelevant on Twitter. And nobody thinks that they look cool. 0 people. Nobody. It's like it's the same thing with people that are like, yo, I really like Shiba Inu for the tech. No, you don't. You really don't. Because Shiba Inu was just a fork of Dogecoin anyways, that was pre-mined, and just, yeah. Yeah. Ready for those new Matrix NFTs? Bruh. Yeah, but you can't right-click and save my Violet. That's true. But I think that if NFTs were actually like things in a game, right? Like you got an item from a boss and it was a unique item. I can trade that with somebody else. It's unique. This will never drop again. I think they could do those right. Like I think in a game sense, NFTs could be really, really cool. As long as it's supplementary and not the core mechanic. But that doesn't really, yeah. My mom has a 9-year-old Shiba, and a lot of people are impressed seeing it because they only know it from Shiba and Dogcoin. Yeah. Imagine E7 with NFT artifacts. No, thank you. Small market for that. Most people don't like being unable to farm, earn the same thing someone else got, even if the probability is low. I agree, but I do think that it could potentially work way better than the NFT games now. And like the thing is like with NFT games now, right? It's like nobody is playing the game because they like the game. They're playing it because the game promotes, hey, if you play this game, you can make money. Even though you're not going to make money. The people who got into pre-sale for the tokens and like all the stuff that they can buy for like, you know, $100 million, those are the people who are going to be making money. The people who just play the game, yeah, you're not going to be making anything. E7 doesn't need NFTs. They have art books. Yeah, speaking of, I gotta do, man, I wish this camera would stop unfocusing me. I've got to do an unboxing for the collector's edition art book that I got in yesterday. Which, big shout out to Yusuf, who I don't think is watching because it's ass early in the morning for him, probably middle of the night. He was able to snag a collector's edition art book and sent it to me for Christmas, so huge ups to him. I don't know how he got it. I'm not going to ask questions. Here's the thing when they say you can use this item in the metaverse. How is every game going to let you use that? Will all engines be the same? Just sounds like Omnicorp junk. I mean, yeah, if everything in the metaverse is all together engine-wise, yeah, I think that's what they're going to go with, but yeah. Oh, yeah, I was gonna tell you about that, Oni. I had an issue at the post office apparently when I dropped off all of the loot boxes, so I've got to resend them out. I thought that you just got it and then you were happy with it and then you just never responded. And then Leon was like, "Hey, did you send that?" And I was like, "Yes." And he's like, "I didn't get it." And I'm like, "Oh." So I went to the post office and I guess I messed up like my label stuff, but they never told me. And my post office down the road doesn't just resend it back to me. Like they call me every so often, but they're just like, "Oh, he'll come back in, I guess." So I just got to slap another label on it and send it back out. So I will send it back out to you. Frost, I mean, how long did it take me to get yours to you? Like a year? I'm super bad about going outside too. Yeah. I'm really bad about going out and doing things. But What were we talking about? Were we talking about NFT games? Yeah, I mean, Metaverse is stupid anyways. And it looks like shit. When they were like, oh, these people got married in the Metaverse. And then all the Final Fantasy 14 people came in and were like, yeah, this... Yeah. Where's your new loot box? Wait, did you order a new loot box? Was I supposed to send you a new loot box, Frost? Oh. I'm sure you could have a wedding in VR chat too. Well, yeah, 100%. I'm sure people have. But like, bruh, Final Fantasy 14 weddings are crazy, crazy elaborate. I mean, VR chat gave us Ugandan Knuckles. So, I mean, VR chat wins anyways. People been doing weddings since Puzzle Pirates 20 years ago. Yeah, completely agree. I mean, I went to weddings in EverQuest, World of Warcraft, RuneScape. I mean, yeah. Do the bride and groom get queue priority so that they won't be late? Bro, I would set up a wedding every day so that I could get into queue. I would just marry a different person every day. I'm like, bro, can we just skip this 4,000 person queue? Cause I gotta get married. Mark Zuckerberg just wanted to become Kirito in his Sword Art Online metaverse world. I don't think Zuckerberg is a Kirito fan. My D&D games are in VR chat? Dude, that sounds sweet. Man, I miss D&D. I always play like really unoptimized characters and just go in on their story. Like, you know, my last one was a druid who could just talk to dogs, and he was a deranged hobo. I mean, yeah, Zuckerberg is 100% a robot smoking meats. If I want to do some D&D, you can hook you up. I don't know. I don't have a whole lot of time for D&D. Yo, what's up, Vesper Ghoul? What's new? Just complaining about stuff, you know. Me and my sis showed up to the latest one-shot campaign, both with assassin rogues, because we didn't communicate beforehand. I mean, that's good, though. I thought he was more of a wizard. I mean, I guess he could be either one. I mean, depends on, you know, the situation, right? Because he definitely looks like Data in some situations. Others, he's in a lizard when he's licking out of his cup. Am I gonna make a review video of ML Lilius? No, probably not. I'm actually considering replacing one of my C13 auto team units with ML Kawana. Between SSB, Rowana, Surmia, and Blue Lulica, who do you think is worthwhile replacement? I mean, I probably would get rid of Blue Lulica, honestly. This team is just super, super safe, and it doesn't really matter how long it takes me, because I'm not trying to one-shot. All these people that are like, yo, I need a one-shot team. And I'm like, why? I'm like, are you trying to just like burn through as much energy as humanly possible? Are you doing refreshes? They're like, no, I'm free to play. I'm like, so then what does it matter if it takes you like a minute and 30 seconds or 1 minute? Like, do you have limited battery life? Do you not have an emulator? Do you not have phones? I just put this shit up on my emulator and put it on another window. Check it every, like, 2 hours. On an unrelated, but I wanted to see Spider-Man yesterday. And they closed down all the theaters for COVID prevention again. You mean the sniffles? The Omicron sniffles. Bro, if they lock everything down over Omicron, I'm gonna be so pissed. So pissed off. I kind of agree. C13 one-shot team setup isn't worth it. There's just too many RNG involved. Yeah. I mean, whenever there's a buff and you really want to burn through stuff, just go do Wyvern or whatever. It's like old A13 days when everybody was farming A13. And I'm like, do you have ML haste? Who cares how long it takes? Just put that stuff on and then, yeah, forget about it. By the way, do you think Blizzard is going to survive 2022? I feel like it's almost about to full break. Yeah, no, I think they will. I think that with like game companies like Blizzard and stuff like that, things just they'll make some promises and stuff like that, and then things will blow over. People will forget about it, except for like the handful of people on Twitter that don't matter anyways. And then they'll come out with something new, and then they'll be good. Last night I was an idiot and brought Singelica with ML haste to A13. I mean, did it still work? I hope the workers unionize as well. I mean, I think that I think that it would be good for them, for sure. But do I think that the controversy is going to kill Blizzard? I don't think so. Singelica made it so they couldn't revive the small bugs. Oh, that's, yeah, that would be pretty detrimental to that thing. Okay, hold on. So YouTube, what are we looking at? Trailer for Tree of Saviors Mobile. All right, let me pull up my window here. Tree of Saviors Mobile. Trailer from Steparu. Ooh, Nexon though? Nexon though? All right. Yo, this is loud as fuck. Hold on. All right. Mobile remake. I like the art. It's very Chrono Trigger. This feels like Tactics, Final Fantasy Tactics. Yeah. I like the artwork. This is very JRPG feel. Octopath Traveler. Yeah. It's exactly the same like the PC version. When has Nexon-chan ever made a bad mobile game? That's true. Yo, I'm gonna be real right here. The fact that their faces show zero emotion while they're dancing, super creepy. Super, super creepy. Like, look at this. Like, look at how dead and lifeless this is. Just absolutely dead and lifeless face. Super, super weird. I mean, it is mobile. Yes, I agree. There's only so much they can do, but still creepy. Still creepy. I do like the artwork, though. I will eat your soul. Yes. Also, wait, so there's a mobile version and there is a normal version of this, a PC version of this? Now here's some closed beta test. Dun dun dun! Yo, look at. Hold on, let's go back. Wait, is this Promise? Is this the start of Promise? Yo, can we talk about this right here? Let's go. Although this face kind of jacked up there. It's a little messed up, but I promise, never let go. Oh no! Tentacles! Oh! Wait, hold on. What is she? Is she shooting that out of her? Oh, it's shooting out of her sash. Yo. Alright. Yo, alright, hold on. Ultra rare Lolly Angel? Okay, here's the Coomer bait right here. I know some of you degenerates are just in for that. It's okay, officer. It's okay, officer. She is a 20,000-year-old angel. Does the PC version have gacha as well? There is a lot going on this screen. Like, if you're this person over here in the back, like, is this your screen? Do you see from your point of view? Calamity, you'll be happy to know, though, I will be playing Lost Ark when it comes out. Because Lost Ark's not coming out until, like, what, February now? So by the time Lost Ark comes out, I'll be good to go. I won't have too much going on. Here to save E7? Dude, White Base, I just tore this game apart for like an hour earlier about how Smilegate is killing their own game. And no gacha in the PC version. Okay. So why not just play the PC version? If it's the same game without gacha and not Nexon, Why wouldn't you just play the PC version? Hold on. Does it look exactly like... I don't know why this is so loud in my headphones. Wait, is Nexon still in charge of the non-PC or the PC version as well? PC dead. They got hamsters. They can ride around on hamsters. And raccoons. Not everyone has a PC? That's fair. I feel like this is something I should be playing on, like, Switch. Like an Octopath Traveler. Like, this looks like I should just be playing a... I should just be playing a JRPG. Josh Strafe has a video of Tree of the Saviors on his worst. Okay, hold on. Josh worst MMO. Here we go.
Tree of Savior is perhaps proof that even if you have stunningly beautiful graphics helping to create a classically gorgeous world, solid and responsive movement with impactful, satisfying action combat gameplay, and a fantastic soundtrack which enhances both the exploration and the action elements, it can all be for nothing if you cram your game with way too many upgrade and enhancement systems, completely neglect your early game pacing, overwhelm the player with an intrusive UI, and deliver your important gameplay mechanics entirely through massive text dumps. Tree of Savior is perhaps the most disappointing
text dumps. Ain't nobody got it. Ain't nobody got time to read.
For a fantastic, successful game is there, and the art style is absolutely without parallel, but it's held back by its abysmal player experience. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. I'm Josh Hayes, and this is Worst MMO Ever, a series where I play the worst MMO games I can find so you don't have to. Drop a like on the video or sub to the channel for more MMO stuff. Ring the bell for all the future notifications. As usual, a big thank you to all the supporters on Patreon and Twitch who keep the channel alive. More on how you can support at the end. For now, let's begin. Today we are playing Tree of Savior. It's on Steam and it's free. So let's
Good to see you at least halfway out of E7.
28 gigabytes.
28 gigs.
That's massive. That's bigger than Dark Souls 3. That's bigger than Warframe. Tree of Savior needs more hard drive space.
That's pretty big.
Than Warframe. Just let that sink in for a moment. That is mental to me. In fact, it's bigger than Halo Infinite's free multiplayer mode, which you can download and play on Steam right now. Not sponsored, this is just something everyone should consider downloading. I don't even like Halo, I'm just impressed that this much game is free. So we begin, and the first thing you'll notice is the art. It's lovely, and this is one thing I cannot praise the game for enough. The art team on Tree of Savior have absolutely knocked it out the park. Seriously.
I do really like the art.
To character design,
for sure.
To the drawn conversation avatars. Tree of Savior is a
still can't touch 200 gigs from ARC? Yeah. You need a whole other computer just for ARC.
To have a beauty is only skin deep kind of thing going on once you really get into it. We start off in this lodge making a character, and I'm getting very Super Nintendo JRPG vibe. The viewpoint is diagonal isometric with some 3D depth. The items, objects, and enemies do exist within 3D space, and you can see the depth in them as you sway gently around. And here's the first issue. You need to hover over a class to select them. But watch this. If you zoom in all the way, the class choice hitboxes are perfectly mapped to the little avatars you can see in the game. But if you zoom out, the avatars position on the screen
hey Jenazad.
Because they're now further
Thank you
away.
for the raid, good sir.
For class selection, don't.
Welcome.
The hitboxes for clicking on seem to be mapped to the actual.
We're watching Josh Strife Hayes.
This is a really pedantic nitpick, but that's what I do. I be pedantic. Kind of like how sometimes you go to melee
Jenazad.
Halo and it doesn't do the
I went on a rant earlier about our discussion from last night.
So I go with a sword.
It was good.
Basic, and the intro begins. It's rendered in-game, and it's lovely. I'm being taken back to those old classic RPGs. I'm feeling Breath of Fire, Chrono Trigger, Secret of Mana, Lufia, Rise of the Sins.
I was ranting about RTA balance earlier as well.
Ambience and sprite design spot on for what it was going for.
Dark Paladin, what content creator, what streamer these days doesn't rant about balance and the fact that Smilegate is all gas, no brakes, and literally killing their game? Every one of them. Every last one of them that I know of. It's just how it is.
And then it starts singing, and it's actually a pretty good song.
It's fine. I just played E7 out of spite today. I'm here just because I accidentally signed up for Amp's tournament. You know,
So now we're in our own personal lodge.
you know, for being rusty and washed up, the fact that I went to the semifinals and went 3-2 against C Parse, I think I did okay. I think I did all right. I thought I was going to take a first round exit because I suck, but I gear gapped my two opponents so hard. Easy life.
And I choose the server I want to log into. Now,
Yes, not having Rimuru.
There are two possible game
Yes, almost fixed the game.
Out of 100, and the other with 4. 4 people.
4 people are playing this game.
Are playing this game. Yeah, that's pretty dead. Game begins, and it's a bird's eye isometric adventure game.
Not as bad as the other world that he played that had
QW
0 players.
the numbered keys. I go to
0.
remapping these keys, and there are a lot of menus in this game. And even though I'm playing on high resolution, the text is kinda pixelated. And then club music starts playing. I don't know why. I was expecting soft, gentle intro village music like every JRPG ever. Now I feel like I should be ordering 2 Jaeger bombs and wondering if I've got enough for a taxi home. We chat to this guard, Titus. He asks if we had a vision of the goddess asking us to go to Clepeda. We did, so he sends us on our way. M opens the map. The local
Can
map
we get a
is
sequel to your developer meeting video? Maybe.
Yet it displays all the important NPCs, shops, or interactable objects like god statues, and this is fine. It's basically everything you need. The slight transparent effect is a bit nauseating if left open for long because of the highly detailed background moving around it, but it's definitely serviceable. It shows you where things are, and it's always good to know where the important things are. Kind of like how in Halo Infinite's Oddball, you can always see who's carrying the ball, so you know who to run at or who to protect. Have a chat to this guard, and he's been attacked by some onions, so I channel the hero within me and go and kill them.
Wait,
I'm
hold
given
on.
more quests to
Dude.
go and kill more aggressive vegetables. The combat is decent. It's flashy enough.
I always enjoy when the enemy that you have to fight is a vegetable. Like, oh man, I have to fight this crazy cabbage. Like, what? You played this? Possibly.
Satisfying
Tree of
sound,
Savior,
it's
yeah.
good contact feeling, but it's limited. You can just hold basic attack.
Oh, Shogun, mind if I borrow your mug as my shopper keep? Yeah, go for it, dude.
Forever, repeatedly. Combat feels like it could be great.
Go
but
for
I've
it.
Not done much with it in the early game. Also, once you've finished a quest, you can just press backspace and be instantly teleported back to the NPC you need to hand it into. Because exploring the world is for losers. The world
Exactly.
in this game exists to facilitate the placement of enemies, nothing more. There's no emergent quests or hidden side stories. It's just go and kill X amount of enemies who happen to live here. It's a beautiful looking.
That's another good quest. Go kill X amount of enemies that just live here. Like, why? Why am I killing them? I don't know. Because?
World, but mechanically, it's just a home. For
Although at the same time, sometimes when like a quest is like, hey bro, I need you to listen to this description of why I need you to kill this for like 30 minutes. I'm like, okay, look, I get it. You don't like them. Can you just get me out of this big ass text screen so that I can go do what I do best, and that is murder? Can we go do that, Urianger? Doth thou allow me to slayeth thine gods? Thank you very much.
For some enemies. All your important windows, player stats, inventory, skills, and attributes are all opened via the F keys, F1 through 7.
F.
And as expected, the inventory is filled with some free items
F.
given to me just for playing, so I use them and get a load of free experience and upgrade points and spend them all on a skill which lets me stab better. We now face an elite.
You need abilities to stab better.
You don't need to, because the stab is so overpowered it kills pretty much everything in 1 or 2 hits, and
Oh,
here
okay.
is my first issue. Giving the player boost items when they aren't fully trained up in a game yet is a dumb idea. We don't know what to boost, and if the player does end up with an overpowered attack, you've just destroyed all balance your game might have once had. Look, I know this situation, I've been here before.
I have 2,000 hours in Tree of Saviors, and the soundtrack and the story were amazing. I mean, really, you know what, Vineyard, I will say, as a Final Fantasy XIV player, soundtrack and story, amazing. And they can save a game, even with like mediocre combat and stuff like that. We'll look at Fate Grand Order, for example. Soundtrack is good, but the story, really good. Gameplay for Final Fate Grand Order, garbage. Thankfully for Final Fantasy, all of it blends really super well together. OST can add so much. Dude, Can Donner, did you do the 4th boss in the Pandemonium raid? Because that was an absolute fucking banger, dude. Absolute banger. Oh yeah, you did, because you told me you beat all of them before me this morning. Sorry, it was early, okay? I didn't sleep. Yeah, you're like, oh hey, I can't believe I beat them before you. And I'm like, look, I read slow. And I'm kind of dumb. Yeah. But the fourth boss's music, absolute cat jam, dude. I had so much fun with that fight. So good. So good. You just started 14. Professor Bloke, how is Q Extreme?
And then your player base started to fall away. So you gave every new player some boost items so they could catch up with their friends, but in doing so you've completely wrecked your early game balance. What we are seeing here is the husk of a game, now flooded with boosting items and free experience cards given so the players feel some sort of progress, but ironically, this makes the players so powerful the actual gameplay now feels pointless. And now I see 2 of my most hated design choices all happen at the same time. The wall of drops are all selected at once, taking up the entire screen, because this is meant to appeal
that's annoying. Oh, look at all this stuff all over my screen.
And then a complex in-game system explained entirely via massive text dump, not through integrated gameplay woven into the early game experience. We will see this multiple times in my 8-hour play session. So by now, I'm a few.
They ruined the game with boosted leveling, yeah.
To describe this game is overwhelming. There's a lot going.
I'll be real, like especially in Final Fantasy 14, right? Like, if the game gives you boosts, there's not much that you can do, right? Totally understand. But like, if you're a player of an MMO and it's your first character and you boost and then complain about anything, especially if you story skip and then complain about the story, you deserve zero respect. When I see a lot of stuff on Final Fantasy 14 where people are like, meh, story's not that great, gameplay is I did everything, and I'm like, did you read all the story? Are you invested in the story? Have you gone through AAR and all the rest of it? Because even as slow as AAR was, or ARR, it wasn't that bad. Like, it builds on the story, right? And it just ramps up and ramps up and ramps up. And honestly, if you can get all the way through all the story, all the way to Endwalker, and then tell me that the story was bad, you're a liar. You're an absolute liar. There's no way. Like, literally, you're just bullshitting me. And if you level skip to get to the end game, and then you get mad because I'm like, hey, bro, you should know what a tank buster mechanic is. And you're like, that's so toxic. No, you skipped the whole learning process of the game. That's like buying an endgame legend Epic 7 account and then being like, this game sucks. Oh, well, actually, no, this game does kind of suck sometimes. But that's like buying one of those, not knowing how to play, and then going in and just being like, this is dumb. This game's dumb. I hate this game. This game doesn't make any sense. All this stuff is wrong. Why can't I use Fire Dingo in Legend? That doesn't make any sense. And being told that you're bad, and then you being like, hey, you're toxic. Yeah. If you want to have, I did watch the Quinn69 video about him not liking Final Fantasy 14. We're 1985. Thank you for the follow, dude.
Items and stats and tutorials, and the UI is flashing, and the
Yeah, like buying Aravi, having shit gear, and then calling the unit shit. Yeah, exactly. It's like buying a Legend account, like with the gear ungeared, and then you being like, oh, this sucks. This game is terrible. I just slapped some gear on here. Why doesn't it just work? Why? Yeah, I was told Aravi is literally the best thing that can help you win the game forever. You know, but I don't understand that. Or, you know, just going on Facebook.
Various things, and I'm not sure if they're good or not, but my inventory
I don't like this map. This type of map bugs me. I don't know why, but yeah. Yeah, boosting it totally ruins games unless, like, okay, I have multiple 90 classes, right? If I want to boost a summoner, I know how to play the game. I also played, you know, a caster up, right? If I boost, I've already played through the game. I understand the mechanics. But if you just started the game and you're like, bruh, I just want to get to the end game, I'll figure it out as I go. No. There's a learning process.
All do various things, and I'm not sure if they're good or not, but my inventory is filling up quickly. Also, I click on the premium shop, and the currency they use is called TP, and the first thing it says is no refunds once you have bought TP. Check Steam refund policy.
Okay.
Wow. Maybe not the greatest advert for customer satisfaction if you literally open with no, you can't have your money back. Oh, I wasn't kidding about the class advancement screen.
Christmas con out limited or just a skin? I think it's going to be a limited, honestly.
In fact, I checked. There are 74 different classes available. In total,
74 different classes? Yo, hold on. There's 74 different classes in this? That's crazy. So there's got to be like meta classes, right? Like there's no way that all 74 classes are balanced.
There is no way in hell you have managed to balance 74
Yeah, exactly.
all be equal. I've got some more quests and I hand them in, and here's a nice touch. The map shows where a quest takes place. In fact, the world map even has level ranges listed to each zone, which is kind of nice because it gives you a sense of progression as you move through the world. And then, after killing some onions and being overwhelmed with class selection, I take some time.
What game is this one? It's Tree of Saviors.
Random dudes issues in game. I mean, I've only been playing for a few hours, but when someone else can't attack, I can probably help out. Even though my advice boils down to turn it off. And
Only 8 on mobile for now? That's fair. Just Dragoon and Floor Tank and win. Yeah, true.
Now we get given a system we'll never
Someone's got to
while resting, you recover
fight tank the floor.
You can build a bonfire and recover faster.
Awesome.
I don't have any, and the game
No.
doesn't tell me how to get it.
Okay.
Cool. A stamina recover system. Hopefully that will be useful. But no, because then we're given about 100 consumable pills which restore our stamina. See what I mean about pacing being bad? Here's a system to recover your stamina. Here's a load of items which instantly make the system you've just heard about immediately redundant. But then I get a new sword and the in-game model actually changes to show the new blade. The art team on Tree of Savior need an award because this looks so good. Get told about goddess statues. They are scattered
they look alright.
and praying to them gives us some.
Yeah, it's an MMO, but they're coming out with a mobile game
not a
soon.
blessing or something more fantastical or immersive or fluff-based like the goddess smiles on you and grants you whatever. I just get one.
Yeah, it'll have gacha.
Thanks.
I think.
And then there's a mini
Yeah, it
boss
seemed
that
like
isn't
it.
Really a challenge because the game has given me so much boosting stuff. Nothing is a
Calamity,
challenge.
confirm, deny?
XP cards and the game
It'll have
is showing
gacha, right?
rewards.
For the mobile game?
Level 12. I don't feel any
If so,
different
what
to
is
level 1.
what is
I
in the
was actually
gacha?
aware when levels 2 through 11 happened. Every level is so meaningless. It's not a happy moment of, oh, I'm stronger. It's just a very bored acknowledgement of, oh, number bigger, keep playing. Levels used to mean something substantial. In this game, they don't. Get to the next town over, and I'm greeted with several full
Mats.
pop-up ads for daily login bonuses,
Costumes,
weekly
all right.
bonuses, and current events and news, and more login stuff. And look, I'm a brand new player. I don't know what any of this does. This is way too much stuff to throw at me.
Yeah.
Pace your-
I will say one thing that I absolutely hate. What publisher is doing this? Nexon. Rockin' Socks, thank you for the follow, dude. It's Nexon, which already most people in chat are gonna be like, oh, Nexon. Yeah, I've heard of Nexon. But here's one thing that I absolutely hate in games with so much of my soul, when there's just too much stuff. Oh, I need this to upgrade this, but before I need this thing to upgrade this other thing to unlock this thing, which I then need to farm in order to upgrade this. There's just, when there's too many mats for just upgrading stuff, I hate it. I hate it. Imagine if you had to have a special thing to upgrade dogs in Epic 7, but dogs only were used to upgrade other things that then you could use to upgrade a unit. Like, why? Have I played this? I haven't, no. Final Fantasy 14 relics? I mean, relics are grind. I kind of hate grinds, but the Bajin relics weren't too bad. The Bajin relics were just like, go get these souls. But at least that had part of the story, right? Like, yo, what's up, Grimsaw? Microblast. But like when everything has, like, when you're just trying to upgrade like a unit or a piece of gear, right? Yeah, I just hate too many things and different tokens and currencies. Like, I hate multiple currencies. Honestly, I hate the charm system in Epic 7 so much. I hate them. The new raid is amazing. I finished it this morning. It was so good. But I hate the charms. You should have left side charms and you should have right side charms. That's it. There shouldn't be, oh, I get head charms. Oh, I get chest charms. Oh, I get boot charms. Oh, I get ring charms. You should have left side charms and you should have right side charms. Because you know what? I've got 800 boot charms. I'm never going to use 800 boot charms, ever. Sometimes I upgrade garbage boots just because I have so many charms. I think there should be no charms, just use gold. I agree with you there. Why even have charms? It's just an extra time sink. It's just an extra thing. Like, I already have to use gold. Why do I need an extra thing? Let me just reduce the amount of gold that I get and then make gold harder, and then then you get upgrades. I don't know, man. It's dumb. I hate having too many extra small things, but in mobile games, right, you have to have that, or else it's just too straightforward, too easy, and then people aren't on the, addiction grind, right? Like, that is just how it is. Oh, well, I need to go grind this one catalyst. Not only that, but like, that also forces you to have to pick and choose what you're going to use your energy on, right? Oh, do I want to go farm catalyst? Do I want to go farm gear? Do I want to go farm, well, you used to be able to farm charms, but now you can't. So like, there's those aspects in a mobile game, but when you have too many of them, yeah, it sucks. It sucks so much. Like, I hate it. It's pointless. I mean, just think, if you just had left side and right side charms, it would be so much easier. Like, sure, you could still use your like chess pieces to feed into other chess pieces, but I don't have to use those charms, dude. This is why I'm doing E7 dailies in E7 and nothing else anymore, just to be my daily game. Yeah. It's a mobile MMO gacha game. I don't think it's made by Nexon for the mobile title. Wait, Tree of Saviors? Yeah, it definitely had the Nexon label in that trailer that we watched earlier. Let's see. What do we say here? When this game released, it was amazing because everything was hard and people had to group to fight. Dude, I think that mobile games in general lost this social aspect of mobile games. If I wanted to play a single player game where I didn't have to group up for hard content, I would just play a single player game. What is the point of an MMO RPG where you're not forced into social interactions? Now, don't get me wrong, do I want to be in social interactions with half of the internet? Fuck no, because most of them are just absolute douche nozzles. 100%. I understand that, but I feel like the reason why people are like that is because there is no... You don't have to be nice to people to get stuff done. If everything can be soloed, you can be the most toxic asshole in a game you want to be, because there's no downside. What is, like, I guess get reported, but outside of that, like, you just don't have to group with anybody. And I think that, like, take EverQuest back in the day. If you tried to play solo, you literally couldn't do anything. You could level as like a necromancer or a druid or a wizard, but outside of that, you couldn't do anything. You couldn't do dungeons, you couldn't do XP parties, you couldn't do raids, nothing if you were a solo player. So you had to group with people, you had to make bonds, you had to make friendships. And honestly, dude, some of the best friends that I've ever had came from MMORPGs. But now, like, I remember in World of Warcraft, when I stopped playing World of Warcraft, you just got in a guild, you got what you wanted, your gear, and then you just bounced and went to another guild. Because guess what? If you were on a big server, you just went to another guild. Who cares? Oh, you can just transfer servers, get into another guild. There was no penalties for being a douchebag. And I think that MMOs now are too afraid of that, because people on the internet are terrible. They just are. That's why a lot of people don't make it in Final Fantasy 14, because the community polices itself and they're like, yo, you suck. Reported for being an asshole. Like when people come into my group and they're like, blah, 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 blah. Dude, you're garbage. Do this, or this. And I'm like, bro, first off, calm down. I'm a warrior. I can solo this whole ass dungeon. I don't need any of you. You're all just here because to watch me be a warrior. You know how many, I'm like, people die all the time and I just finish the boss. But you know, it's just, it's the thing where people are just douchey for no good reason. It's like, oh darn, we wiped to this thing. Okay. Oh no, another 5. Now, is it annoying when you're like, you know, 20 minutes into a trial and then somebody just eats it on the same mechanic for the 17th time? Yes, okay, that's a little bit annoying. I get it, but yeah, whatever, man. It's like, are you really that upset? Like, is your day completely ruined because you just got to do this thing over again? Also, if you queued up for roulette, it's kind of your own fault. You know what you got yourself into. Let's go. Solo dungeons is Goblin Slayer? It is. I'm actually going to see how many dungeons I can solo on my warrior. Because there was one day I did a dungeon, I soloed every boss of that dungeon because everybody else just died. They died at like 70%, and I'm like, you know what? No, we're not resetting this again. I will literally just solo this. We're doing it. That's what we're doing. And they're like, bro, can you just die so that we can try this again and reset? And I'm like, no, I can't. I'm a warrior. It's actually impossible for me to die. As long as I push my buttons as a warrior, I can't die. It did Heidel in normal, and me as a warrior and a pally killed the boss with 30% left after everyone wiped. Yeah. Warriors are the most dumb class in Final Fantasy. Do you want to be the most overpowered thing in the entire game? Warrior. Your DPS, your healer, your tank. Just, yeah, how do you beat that? Oh, where am I at? Oh, my inventory is full. Hey, look at this Epic 7 stream where we just talk about Final Fantasy and everything else. Dude, I don't even have that much gear space. What? I wouldn't say healer. I'm a self-healer. But if you're the only one alive, you don't need any other healers. And I've got that one thing that can heal somebody else, but I'm just going to use the one that heals me anyways. All right, go back to farming this stuff. I'm actually going to turn this down a little bit.
Your game better. After a few minutes of running around this town, I've worked it out. I've figured out what's wrong. I know how to explain this. Tree of Savior feels like you're starting a complex JRPG already 50 hours in. Like, your mates play on their saved game from halfway through a complex game, and you're missing all of the content and all of the training. Imagine starting a complex RPG already close to the end. You've got all these systems and upgrades and items and advantages, and you don't know what they do because you've never had the gameplay moment of using them. Imagine trying to play any of the Final Fantasies, but you miss the first 10 hours of context and training and explanation. That's what this is. It's throwing you in at the deep end and expecting you to just figure it out.
Just suplex a train.
Reading massive text dumps, analyzing all the upgrade screens. Nothing in this game.
No, they haven't said anything about the island stuff.
None of these systems are broken. They are just all thrust on you at once, and it's overwhelming. But we're in the main town now, so let's have a look at the cash shop.
Oh, cash shop. You know it's there.
The shop shows this button, beauty. So I click it and get instantly teleported in-game to the beauty shop in town, because obviously you can't buy beauty items from the shop without physically being stood in front of the shop.
What is this weird angel thing?
In-game system which forcefully relocates my in-game avatar without telling me it's doing that, because then I feel I've lost direct control of my avatar. And for me, having control of my avatar, of where I am and what I'm doing in a game, is pretty important in retaining my agency within the adventure. Once you start taking your agency within the adventure, I stop caring. This aside, let's explore the shop. Everything is priced in TP, and I can't actually find anywhere to buy TP. Clicking the TP button just brings up the no refunds warning. I think this is meant to be a list of packs of currency to buy, but it just doesn't show any packs. So I head over to Steam, and I find the prices listed. £6.50 for 100 TP, so 65 quid for 1,000. Remember that.
How much is 65 quid in American dollars?
And costumes and gestures and refining items and breakdown items. There's a lot here, and I don't know what's useful or what will be useful. So I'm just looking at the prices. There's a luchador pack. I know.
Is there any other gachas that I play? I've been grinding Grand Seals, Grand Company Seals, so that I can get minion boxes, the Final Fantasy 14 gacha. But no, not at the moment. There's not any other gachas that I play at the moment. We'll see. Actually, like, the next game that I think I'm going to try out, like, playing wise, is probably going to be Lost Ark. But we'll see. We'll see what comes up. Maybe we'll look at that Disney gacha, and then get copyright striked constantly. That one would probably be good, because then it'll just copy strike my channel, and then I'll be out.
So clearly this is a paid-for class and class weapon and armor pack. It's 549 TP, meaning you'll spend just shy of £40 or $50 to buy this class.
50
But then
bucks.
look, you can buy individual gestures for 198 TP. That's £13. Almost $15 for a single in-game gesture.
I can't imagine anybody. I can't imagine anybody paying for in-game gestures. There's definitely nobody on this channel that would pay like $10 just to make your character dance, or like $50 for 100 chicken nuggets to get an emote of your character eating pizza. Nobody here.
People who still play this game. I mean, providing you're not on the European server, then you can communicate with 4 people. Look, this is pay to win. Pay to advance quicker, pay to get a better class, pay to progress, pay to break down items. It's pay to talk. It's a game which sells megaphones. You use one megaphone
megaphones are
every time you send a global
gross,
chat message. So
dude.
you can spam the server with whatever you like, provided you're willing to pay for the privilege.
I
This
hate
behavior,
megaphones.
communication costs money. Everything costs money. I can't specifically point to one individual item and say that is broken because, but I know this is a pay-to-win system. You know this is a pay-to-win system. It'd be a fool not to.
Megaphones are like the worst.
As soon as I see a megaphone, a communication tool cost money, I know you are pay-to-win. While in Halo, communication is simple. You just repeatedly crouch over a dead opponent's face. Such a throwback to a simpler time. I get told to go to the woods and find some miners.
Just crouch on their face, dude.
They've used the vertical design space to do something. You can jump over enemy attacks and over scenery. It shows they've thought about using an actual in-game application for the jump mechanic. We get given some warp scrolls from the shop for free. These return us to town quickly, and then we can run out and figure out we can spend real money on more warp scrolls because of course we can.
Of
Through
course.
the woods, and honesty just feels sad. It's like the game has a great art team, a great system design team, but the whole process of putting these designs to the player has failed. They've got a good foundation for a game, but they've dropped the ball on presentation and introduction to the mechanics within the game. And people often ask me to explain what I mean by in-game tutorial.
Seriously, bro, Lost Ark about to be the number 1, number 2 MMO in here soon. I can feel it. I think that Lost Ark is going to do well, but dude, I watched the video of like the end game Lost Ark content. That shit is insane.
And an NPC that you were friends with fought a boss together, and after a few seconds you realize you're not doing any damage. But then the NPC says to you, hey, he's resistant to your attacks. You need to infuse your weapon with holy damage. Here is a holy stone that I've got, and they give it to you. And the game then opens up your item menu and says, hey, if you go to the upgrade system, add the holy stone, now return to the fight, you do damage. You've now been exposed to the system, and you get to see immediate feedback about how useful.
Yeah, I watched like the current like hardest content, and I'm just like, it takes like 4 hours. It's crazy.
Holy item to his church. There you go, I've written an immersive story for you. You're welcome. It's the difference between reading a book on how to do something and actually going to do it. You learn better by doing because you feel connected to the actions. I've gained enough swordsman experience to advance to the Dragoon class, and doing this gives me some new armor, so I put it on, and I get a Steam achievement, equip any item in the body costume slot. So basically, anyone can get this after they've been playing for about 3 hours. Because you get given a costume item for just.
Apparently, the whole 4 people that were playing this game were really mad after this video. I bet.
4.4%. Less than 5% of players made it to the choose an advancement class 3 hours in. Whenever anyone asks me why their game is dying, this is what I say. It doesn't matter how good your game gets. It matters how good your game starts and remains. You have lost 95.6% of players within the.
Yo, I will say this, right? Epic 7 has done really, really good at streamlining and making the new player experience really good for new players. It has. It absolutely has. Like at the beginning of the game, it was not very good. But now, early game and even mid game, exceptional. Very solid.
First 3 hours. I run out of stamina, tried to give the game a chance and use the bonfire rest mechanic. It is pointless because it's just not as useful as spam eating the stamina pills the game gave me earlier. And then there's a mini-boss and it just dies. I have no connection to this boss. There's been no setup, so therefore there's no payoff. I don't know who this is. I don't care. And Tree of Savior really starts to show its true color.
Nistrin, thank you for the follow.
Personal connection to the events, the enemies, the NPCs. You are just random hero. For a game styled so heavily after the classic RPGs of the SNES era, they forgot to add what made most of those games special. The hero's journey, the connection to the world, the reason to...
Oh yeah, no, at the very beginning of the game, it was garbage. I was there.
I continue to feel nothing, and then we get given another system.
You know, I will say this too. When a game upgrades their new player experience and vets get mad, why? Why are you such an elitist piece of crap that you do not want new players coming to the thing that you enjoy having the best possible experience ever because you didn't get it? Because back in my day, I had to walk uphill both ways in the snow with no shoes. You kids don't know how easy you have it now. No, you should be like, hey, I'm glad you're enjoying the game that I'm enjoying. I really like this game. I'm glad you're liking this game as well. Come enjoy this game alongside of me so that I can talk to you about it. Stop being so mad that new players get extra shit that you didn't get when you started. Yeah, you can at least lord over them and be like, back in my day, we had to do this, and be like, yeah, okay, shut up, Grandpa. Yeah. Like, stop being so salty. It's like when I played FGO and the JP players were like, this is bullshit. This is bullshit that NA players would get something early. They can't get anything early. They gotta get it how we got it. Like, no, dude. Like, your game it's 2 years old over here. Like, we're already getting an old ass game. Like, at least give us all the bells and whistles of the quality of life and stuff like that. It's so stupid. That's why I like games that when they come out now, they are all across the same region. Everything is good on the same region. Everybody is on the same patch. It's just the way that it should be.
Item upgrading via anvils. There are 4 types of anvils, and each type upgrades to a higher level and needs items, but you can buy them in the cash shop because of course you can.
Because of course you can.
The tutorial is given via giant text dump with blurry text and low resolution pictures. Not doing, just reading. Honestly,
just reading.
Tree of Savior feels like a design document yet to be gamified.
You seem to forget how many hundreds of molas ahead we are from the...
They do actually work.
Yeah.
There's just no game.
Well, that's the other thing that's terrible.
Player-driven moment. It feels like the art team made an
I still don't like... I don't like molas. I just don't.
Complex, deep game with lots of systems,
if your game is going to be competitive, like, you can't time gate skills.
Dropped the ball. The moment a player gets to see how this beautiful world and deep...
Yo, imagine if you were playing League of Legends, but like only certain, like, your character only had certain skills unlocked and you could only use those skills after you've been playing for like 3 months. Like, that's the dumbest thing ever. Like, I've always hated Molagoras. Is it a lot easier now? It absolutely is. But having to gate Molagoras is the dumbest thing ever. Like, at least give us somewhere we can farm it. Like, okay, if I'm an Omega Whale and I have a Mola farming ability, like, place, and I want to just spend as much energy as humanly possible to plus 15 every single unit that I have. Every single unit that I have. Then, okay. So what? Like, now I have everything plus 15. But if everybody has access to that, everybody can theoretically get everything plus 15. Like, why time gate it? It doesn't make it easier for anybody. Whales are going to buy the whale packs, so they're already going to be ahead of any free-to-play player that would have had a Molagora dungeon. It just doesn't time gating skill ups is just dumb. Because it makes certain characters completely unusable. Because there's certain characters, if they're not plus 15, don't even bother. So it's just another limited resource. Not only that, but people buy equipment packs. Even if there was a Molagora dungeon, are you trying to tell me that whales wouldn't still just buy a Molagora pack to skip the Molagora dungeon time? Yeah, because they're using their energy on other things. Molagoras are easier, but only if you raise one character a month. Right. You can't build anything off meta if you want to keep up. Yeah, 100%. That's why there's such little diversity, because no one's going to invest plus 15 in Jenna. Somebody in chat just said that they did, but you don't even need Molagoras in her anymore. You used to back when they were 3 stars. God, remember that? You kids nowadays with your 3 stars not needing Molagoras. Back in my day, if you wanted to level a 3-star skills, you had to use Molagoras. Bullshit. But yeah, there's going to be somebody out there that's going to be like, oh, hey, I spent plus 15 on Ice Zerato. Who in chat even knows what Ice Zerato does without looking up Ice Zerato? Because I don't. And they buffed him at one point, I'm pretty sure, right? They did. They gave him a buff at one point, and it was completely useless. Completely useless. Nobody uses Ice Zerato except to fodder into Sea Zerato.
Mechanics work as one. How they
back in my day, we had Molagora Goragos, and they were thick Molagora Gorago booties.
That's just not there. You've got some seriously high quality ingredients here. You've just not cooked them very well. And it angers me, because this could all be fixed by pacing your game and spacing out when the player is shown something new, and having an example of how that system matters right now. Tree of Savior's pacing is the equivalent of having a month's worth of food presented to you all at once and being told, eat it all right now. Here's another really pedantic nitpick.
Like 100 nuggets?
That you should be picking up in beta testing or when you actually look at the cinematography of your game. To enter the mine, we move to the top left of the screen, moving up and to the left, and then we appear in the mine facing down and to the right. This is breaking the 180 rule in filmmaking. This is just bad cinematography. Respecting screen direction is a basic media technique.
Okay, I don't really care too much about that.
We should start the mine section also moving up and to the left. The mine entrance should be in the bottom right of the map. Otherwise, the player feels that they have switched direction and done a 180, and you've unnaturally moved the viewpoint.
That does feel a little weird, yeah.
Of the mine. Watch, and you'll see what I mean. Moving up and to the left, in the mine, start moving down and to the right.
Yeah.
It feels wrong.
Okay, yeah. Okay, I see what he's saying now.
Left, you should start moving in the same way. Pedantic, but noticeable. Inside the mine, well, this is the game's first dungeon.
It definitely, okay. Yeah, I see what he means.
What a dungeon is and how it works. So we find
it breaks that, like,
music
feel.
And I think it's here I realised that this is what the game actually is. Tree of Savior is Diablo if it got really into anime. That's basically this game. It's a dungeon-crawling hack-and-slash looter with flat animation, decent combat, and a banging
Diablo if it really got into anime.
Diegetic. It's not meant to sound like a mine, because it doesn't actually matter that this is a mine. This is just a model.
There's so much stuff.
Aesthetics don't actually matter here at all. Case in point, in this mine, you fight a few mini-bosses guarding some purifiers that you need to activate. The mini-bosses aren't related to the mine in any way. The first is a Grim Reaper-looking death wizard, the second is a giant mutated bear, and the third is a flying stone whale. There is no reason this had to be a mine. The enemies, the mechanics, the music, nothing says mine. This is just a gameplay section. Enjoy it. I can kind of imagine this kind of hack-and-slash dungeon looter being really fun with friends, but the European server has 4 people on it. You're not going to find anyone to play with.
You might be able to make friends out of those 4 people.
Supports bots, so I was able to enjoy a few games by myself with actually quite good AI. Eventually, after a while, because this dungeon is bloody long, you enter a zen-like stab.
You're an RPG man. I'm making somewhat back to basics RPG if you want to judge it when I put it out. Yeah, dude, for sure.
I don't know who I am. I don't
That
know
would be
why
tight.
I'm here. All I know is I must stab. So while I stab, let's read some reviews.
All right.
Barely an hour in, and the game comes to screeching halt with grinding. No sense of direction, nothing engaging, and a dead player base. Too much
All right.
UI stuff. Only thing this game has going for it is the visual style. The 450 or whatever levels, music, and hidden classes. Else, steer away. Removing silver drops from mobs and limiting silver drops to high-end content absolutely destroys the gap between new players and veterans. Probably the worst change to ever happen. Outside of that, the gameplay for levels 450 to 460 is absolutely
Yo, wait, there's 400 plus levels?
Solo players
That's
are
crazy.
pretty much stuck doing challenge mode and instance dungeons every day, all of which rewards not even 5% of your experience at level 450.
I mean, I don't
Sure,
mind a
grind's expensive,
grind, but
damn. Because of this, you have to rely on experience boosters times 32
Wow.
and instanced dungeon resets. Veterans would have no problem purchasing them, but what about newer players who don't even get silver anymore? This game is turning more and more into a crappy Korean cash grab. Stay away as far as possible. I stopped playing this game a long time ago, after about 450 hours, and got back to it recently for a few days. Good lord, what a mess they made with the character building experience in this game. Only play if you have friends to play with. Despite how much I love
Who
this
has
game,
friends?
I can't in good conscience recommend it to anyone without a laundry list of caveats and warnings,
All right.
especially regarding IMC's monetization practices. The only people who might want to dive in without question are die-hard Ragnarok Online fans, because this is
Yeah.
basically its spiritual successor, and you'll probably be able to put
need
up with
4
the
people
comments
for a
and say
5-man
fun.
dungeon? Yeah.
Look, I'm giving a thumbs up because the game is fun. But be warned, if you do play it, company behind it is a bloodthirsty mercenary. Lots of paywalls or time wars.
Bloodthirsty
Go to
mercenary.
And it's free. Oh, sorry.
Oh.
That's for the Halo Infinite multiplayer, which is free on Steam. Right
Bro,
now.
it's Halo,
Eventually,
and it's
I made it
free.
to the 3rd floor of the mine, collect some magical power from some crystals, rescue some kids, and take on the actual boss, which is almost good. She's this demon with chains and skulls floating around, and she looks great, but it doesn't tie into the mine theme. Again, I don't know who she is or why she's here. And her spinny laser attack is meant to need me to jump over it to avoid it. but
What?
I've been given so many level up tokens by now, I can just tank it and stab her to death. We were so close to being good here. So close. And again, the balance just lets us down. Let the night dude know the mines are clear, and he sends me to some summoner lady in a tent who explains she's had a vision of the goddess and we might just be the savior of the world. The tent
Whoa.
itself is a small but beautifully intricate map with so much character and charm. It's a shame the gameplay and the general design and the pacing isn't anywhere near as good as the art direction in this game. If
That's
it
true.
was, we'd have an extremely successful, extremely popular game. So, Tree of Savior. It's a game with fantastic art, dripping with charm and character and style, with a lot of complex systems which all do work, but it's put together in a really overwhelming, convoluted way with way too much being thrown at you.
Is this
and way too
game-
little
this game's
explanation
free,
being
right?
given.
To
They
download?
designed the pacing to slowly introduce the character to various systems and have them actually be played through instead of text dumped. I feel you'd keep more people. And if the first town didn't bombard you
Always
with
feels
login
it's
bits
always
and
weird when
things
games are like
territory you
free to
don't
play.
understand, you'd be
Like
in a much more understandable place as
I
a
wish
player.
more games
You'd
were
be more
like,
comfortable to keep playing. I feel this is a
Path of
game that
Exile,
started
PoE.
well, many years ago. Then
Like, it's
slowly got
free,
more
but
complex over time, and now when
you don't have to
gameplay
you don't
starts,
pay
they're
to win.
exposed to all
Like
the
I hate
complexity.
pay
We
for
don't have the years of
anything
understanding
other
that
than
long-term
cosmetics,
players get,
honestly.
which is why this game is not
PoE,
really gaining any new players.
really,
It's
really
not a
good
new player
model.
experience, because quite honestly,
Yeah,
it's
sell
not
all the skins you
adding
want,
new
bro. I
players.
don't care.
Adding more and more and more features doesn't necessarily make something
Skins,
more fun. Sometimes it's even
mounts,
fun to
I
go
don't
back
give a
to
shit.
simpler time
But
with
like when
easy to
you
understand
can
mechanics,
buy
kind of
power,
like the first Halo,
yeah, no.
which is now free multiplayer on Steam. Not sponsored, this is just genuinely really good. So to end the review, I will award Tree of Savior huge text dump review score. Read it all if you want to know the actual score. Out of 10. Cheers for watching. Another massive thank you to the supporters on Patreon and Twitch who keep the channel
I
alive.
love
You
me
can
some
support
Josh
me right now.
Dreyfus.
Check the video description for links to the Patreon, Twitch, Twitter, Discord, and our second channel, Josh Drive Plays, where I review old games voted on by you. And as always, have a great day.
Have a great day. Dude, we're gonna watch that Lost Ark Endgame. Hold on. Lost Ark Endgame. gameplay. Dude, this stuff is insane. Is this the Abyssal Dungeon? All phases, full gameplay, wipes and more. Where's the one that like they go through the hardest content? Lost Ark, hardest raid. Is this?
Hey everybody, today I'm breaking down what an endgame encounter.
Oh yeah, okay, this is the one that I watched.
The fight we're looking at is the 5th gateway of the Legion Commander Albershut's raid. This weekly raid is split into 6 different boss encounters with checkpoints to stop and save the lockout after completing the 2nd and 4th boss encounters. You can reform.
First off, this dude talks ridiculously fast. Like really, really fast. Like, bro, slow down a bit and breathe. So this has how many phases?
Raid. This weekly raid is split into 6 different boss encounters with
okay, so 6 different bosses.
Checkpoints to stop and save the lockout after completing the 2nd and 4th boss encounters. You can reform and pick up where you left off with the same party members or switch it up.
I do like the fact that you can pick up, like, it has like the lockouts, so it's like, oh, you beat these 2 bosses, cool, you can go to the next bosses.
With replacements if they're also at the same checkpoint. Loot's also received at each checkpoint in equal proportions, so if you complete Phase 2, you'll earn 33% of the potential materials for crafting the new set. Phase 4 nets you 66%, and Phase 6 gets you 100%. Gateway 5 pits you against the Queen of Nightmares herself, Albershut. She has 23 billion HP in this encounter, evenly split into 200 individual lines of HP.
200 lines.
More easily identify when certain gimmick mechanics will occur at. She has a total of 31 different patterns that can be used in any random order between major HP threats.
Okay, so you have to memorize 31 different patterns that can be used at any time. I can't remember 31 things. I can't remember 31 things that can be used at any one time.
Thresholds, but we'll just be covering the major gimmicks though to keep this video concise. At 180 lines of health, the first major gimmick happens. All 8 players are given a black or white shape. There are 4 shapes, so 2 people will get the same shape, 1 in black and 1 in white. At periodic intervals, shapes will be summoned while you're DPSing Albershut that will float across the screen. You must collect a certain number of shapes depending on which shape you were assigned at the start of the mechanic. Circles have to collect.
Also, can you imagine being the person, the group that is trying to figure this out? Oh, there's 31 different patterns. How many hours did you spend just getting absolutely hot dumpstered to realize that, oh, okay, it's only 31. All right, that's the cap. That's the cap of things. The boss just keeps changing the patterns. It seems like it, yes. At least you can do whatever the heck you want in Lost Ark. This endgame content is not required to do PvP, I think. Well, that's good. I do like when PvP is not tied to PvE content, like Final Fantasy, where all your stuff is pretty much normalized when you go in there. I do like when PvP is completely separated from PvE.
2 squares have to collect 4, hexagon 6, and star 8.
Okay, and in this point, you have to collect specific stuff. And does it tell you? It doesn't tell you anywhere, right? How much the trial and error for this has to be insane. Like when I did the Pandemonium raids earlier, we had like a couple of wipes until I figured out like, oh, it's got to stand here. Oh, this does this. They said anywhere from 200 to 400 retries. That's insane, dude.
If you collect the wrong color shape, it's considered -1. There will also be patterns that are needles that travel across the screen, homing in on a player for a few seconds before traveling in a straight line. That if you're hit by it, it's a 50% chance it's either a black or a white shape, so it could help or set you back. The other mechanic are long line telegraphs across the entire map that if you're hit, do the same thing as a needle. There's
Okay.
two variations of that. One that also summons a needle, which travels in the same direction at a high speed. You have to lower Albershot to 140 lines of health while collecting the correct number of shapes for every player. It's common to have the correct number of stacks of your shape, only to get screwed over by the last summoning of shapes, needles, and line telegraphs, and around 145 lines. If any of the
So you could do everything and then get screwed over by the last summoning of the
8
shapes.
players has an
That's
incorrect number of
crazy.
stacks when entering the 140 line gimmick, it's a guaranteed raid wipe, and you have to start over.
So there's no pickup after this either. So this is phase 1. And if you don't do this perfect, you just wipe. That's insane. Like normally for like content, right? Like if one person eats it, you know, you can quick res them, right? It's not the end of the world. One person gets a vulnerability stack, you just mitigate through it. It's a little bit harder. This, you're dead. You just die. You just die. Just set it, just reset.
At 140 lines, Albershot either has a circle or a cross shape underneath her. This helps us determine where we need to stack with the other player to safely place a symbol on the ground for the next pattern. Before we stack, we have to dodge line laser telegraphs twice, with the second one giving us about a second afterwards to converge with the other player. If done successful, all 4 players will place a symbol in 4 sections of the map evenly spaced from each other. Albershot proceeds to shift the map, and one of the 8 players has to guide a certain shaped meteor into the corresponding symbol placed in the previous mechanic. Failing to do that wipes the raid.
What? Okay, so if you don't put the right block into the right circle, you just wipe again.
While doing this, players have to dodge a lot of large AoE telegraphs, the red scary ones that are one-shots. The expanding black hole also has to be avoided, and if it touches another one of the symbols, then it wipes the raid, which is why they have to be placed.
I like that everything that he says is just like, yo, if this happens, it wipes the raid. If you don't do this, it wipes the raid. It just wipes the raid. That's just what it does.
Equidistant apart from one another. If everyone's successful at placing all 4 meteors, then you proceed to the next phase, which is a burn from 140 lines to 110 lines. At 110 lines, Albershot ports to the center and a short intermission plays. 2 large spheres are summoned into the map, and there's also glyphs on the ground which light up that tell us what to do in this mechanic. They indicate
If you breathe an odd number of oxygens, it's a party wipe. Yeah, the whole it just wipes the
the
raid.
order in which the 3 major targets have to be neutralized with fatigue damage from our spells. Doing this out of order wipes the raid, and taking too long also wipes the raid. At the same time, illusions of Albershot can spawn in up to 6
Hold on, wait, did he
positions,
say
above and
did he say doing it too fast wipes the raid, and if you don't do it fast enough it wipes the raid? Hold on. No, go back down. What are you doing? Go back up here.
They indicate the order in which the 3 major targets have to be neutralized with fatigue damage from our spells. Doing this out of order wipes the raid, and taking too long also wipes the raid.
So doing these out of order wipes the raid, and if you take too long, it also wipes the raid.
At the same time, illusions of Albershot can spawn in up to 6 positions, 3 above and 3 below. It's random. Every illusion that gets summoned has to be countered within a second of it appearing. Failing to do so,
Countered
silence-
within a second. Within a second of it appearing, you got to counter this, or guess what? It wipes the raid.
the entire party, which screws up the neutralization, and also the illusion blows up and does like 50% of your health. If all the illusions are successfully countered and the 3 main targets are neutralized in the correct order, then you move on to the next phase.
Which is
The
to
next phase, the 2 orbs
beat
that
up a
neutralize
block.
create portals that lead to a different cube mini boss in a separate area. To pass the gimmick, one player has to collect 12 white orb buffs in the right portal, and then in the left side portal, 4 players have to collect 3 gold orbs each. The 12 white orb player is probably going to have to be a support because the white orbs inflict a DOT, a stacking damage over time debuff on you as you collect each orb. At least one player has to stay outside to deal with Albershot, or else she immediately casts a raid wipe if there's no one in the area with her. Not collecting the right number of orbs also incurs a raid wipe in the next gimmick. And also the player that stays outside fighting her dies. She also
Bro, I wanna
During the battle with the cubes, there's also needles and line telegraphs that can reduce the number of orbs you've collected. Needles drop you to 0 stacks in the left one, and in the right side room, line telegraphs reduce the amount of stacks you've got by 1. Once the cubes are defeated, you gotta exit within like 2 or 3 seconds, or else it kills you. After all players have exited, Albershud begins the next pattern, which
Bruh,
reminds a lot of people.
I like how like nonchalant he is about this. He's like, oh, you gotta exit in like 1 or 2 seconds, or it just kills you.
Frieza from Dragon Ball Z. She'll summon a huge ball of energy, and you have to break an HP shield on her. Afterwards, the lines of light protrudes from 8 different positions. You have to maneuver into the lines of light to avoid being silenced, as there's a neutralization check that has to be cleared. You also have to remember where each of these lines of light are, because at the end of this pattern, after the neutralization check has been succeeded, 5 different safe spots emerge, only one of which is correct to stand in. The safe one is the one that if you remember where all the lines of light emerge from Albershud in the previous pattern, it'll form that shape. If players successfully neutralize the boss, stand in the correct safe.
Okay, so not only do you have to stand in the lines, but you have to remember where those lines were so that you can stand in an area where the lines weren't so that you can be safe. That's crazy.
And have the correct amount of orb buffs on 5 players. They'll survive the raid wipe that follows afterwards. After lowering the boss from 110 lines to 90 lines, players are once again assigned shapes from, well, it's the same thing as the 180 line gimmick. You have to once again collect the correct amount of shapes by the time.
Once again, I am asking you for your shapes.
A lot more dangerous patterns that begin to emerge at around this point. At 50 lines, you have to once again converge with the other player that has the same shape as you to place the symbols on the ground, but instead of line telegraphs, everyone has to kite 4 meteor drops. You have about 1 second after the last meteor drop to stand within proximity of the corresponding shape to place the symbol. Hopefully at this point everyone has survived and was able to place their symbol to prevent the last 8-player gimmick. As after you successfully guide these meteors into the correct symbol, it's a burn of the last 50 lines to 0 HP against a torrent of even more deadly attacks. If you've managed to claim victory at this point though, pat yourself on the back because that was the door phase and the easy part.
That was the easy part.
Battle up in space and the real battle against the real boss.
Bro, that was the easy part.
Begins at that point.
And then you go to space. All right, where's the next part of this? Let's see. Space part. How difficult is Lost Ark rating? Part 2, here we go.
Welcome back. This is part 2 of how difficult is raiding in Lost Ark. This time we're dissecting the finale against the space opera phantom, Albershud.
Okay.
Disclaimer, if you're trying to face this boss in the future blind, you should stop watching this video as it contains fight spoilers. Otherwise, this is kind of like a guide, but a really terrible one. The video is just meant for entertainment for people to hear about mechanics that aren't obvious by just watching the gameplay. At the time,
the mechanics that aren't obvious by watching the gameplay. Anybody who watched that last part and was like, oh yeah, that makes sense. I totally understand what's going on. What?
Encounter in Lost Ark and the most mechanically complex fight to date. Phase 6 is a 20 to 25 minute endurance battle.
20 to 25 minutes.
250 health bars. If you made the DPS check in the previous fight in Phase 5, your damage is sufficient to clear Phase 6 since there's more damage uptime and a longer fight timer. The reward for clearing Phase 6 isn't unique, but you're guaranteed 2 legendary engraving books, additional ancient fragments for crafting, and a small chance of looting the highly coveted Esther Stone. Clearing this battle is not necessary for anything in particular, but there are achievements.
Take a shot every time something will cause a wipe, dude. I can't drink that much.
Besides for 27 unique attacks, some of which are
27 unique attacks. That's actually less than the first one.
2 which of repeat, and a final desperation attack at 1 HP that's mostly for theatrics. The first major gimmick appears at 225 lines of health. All raiders induce a hallucination and are isolated from the rest of the group, while a shape appears throughout their screen.
Oh, sweet.
This shape, since it'll be important in a moment. A demon spawns in the center tile, checking orbs which reduce your movement speed if you're hit by them, but we can cheese this by standing in a narrow blind spot behind it. Afterwards, 2 rows or columns of the map grid will start to light up, and you must navigate to a spot that isn't lit. This is repeated 3 times.
Okay. This is pretty easy.
The debuff which flips your controls, symbolized by a purple swirl
confusion.
head, making your character move
okay,
in the
sweet.
direction of where you click. This debuff will turn on and off a few times during this. If you're struck by one of the lit up grid spaces, you'll be killed. After doing these, everyone is released from the hallucination and Albershud teleports to the center. They'll start releasing the same orbs from before, which reduced movement speed. By hitting her and standing close by, a shape will appear near her. The one player that saw this shape in the hallucination must guide the other 7 players to the safe grid spots, as Opera should
What?
attack again in the same order that they saw it before. Once
Dude.
this is resolved, players can fight again normally, but the next gimmick appears very shortly. Several tornadoes travel across the
So
map, dealing
only the
heavy
one
damage to enemies
person who saw the illusion.
debuff that can be removed if a tornado
What is this?
But it's important that they don't remove it.
Dude, imagine... I can't imagine even this kind of mechanic right here in Final Fantasy XIV. There's so much stuff on the floor.
The player still has the debuff and it naturally expires. They're sent to another plane where there's a single black orb. They have a few seconds to destroy it.
A few seconds.
Spit back out to join their party, and the orb blows up into a swirling vortex, greatly impeding movement and either pushing or pulling players away gradually.
Oh,
This
okay.
lasts for a very long time and makes DPSing the boss very difficult, so destroying the orb is important. The more players that lose their debuff by getting hit by a tornado, the more difficult it'll be to break the orb. DPS
Oh,
continues
alright.
Until 188 lines of health. At 188 lines of health, the fight officially begins.
Oh, the fight officially begins. So all that stuff that they just did, that was just to begin the fight.
Teleport to the center and a brief intermission plays. Meteors are summoned in, and each of the players
I mean, she looks
are
cool.
sequentially 1 second apart from one another. The rain map is split into a 3x3 grid. Each grid space has 3 HP. When a blue meteor lands on any of the spaces, it reduces the tile's HP by 1. A player marked by a golden meteor reduces the HP of the tile it lands on by 3, as well as all adjacent tiles by 3 as well.
Oh, so the golden one
Golden meteor, while the other 7 are marked with green
just
ones. The rain
breaks
map
everything?
places meteors in such a way that no more than 3 tiles are destroyed at any given time. When a 4th tile is destroyed, Albershid will immediately perform a raid wipe. Finally, tiles regenerate back into play with full HP 1 minute and 40 seconds after being destroyed. When a tile is destroyed, it also means the map is shrunk as well. Like the 1st Legion General Vulcan, players are instantly killed if they're hit by a stagger, knockback, or knockdown while standing near the edge of the map. You can fall off the map by getting knocked off, but fortunately the game doesn't let you just walk off. After resolving
that's
the attack,
good.
blue meteors will begin to fall on random party members every 1 minute, while golden meteors will select a random party member at specific HP intervals, the next which happens at 137 lines.
Okay.
At 188 lines though, the boss becomes considerably more dangerous. Our moveset is expanded to include several heavy knockback attacks that are designed to smack players off the map. These are the yellow telegraph attacks.
Alright.
No matter how geared you are, if your reflexes are slow here, you'll face a death by gravity.
Oh, well, I'm definitely dead. I got boomer reflexes.
Telegraphs as much as possible, since every time you're hit by one, you'll gain an infinite duration debuff, which at 3 stacks will cause a blue meteor to begin dropping on you. After dealing with the golden meteor, you have to survive for 1 minute and 40 seconds for the destroyed tiles to respawn before entering the 113 line pattern. This is because you have the full map space for what comes next. At 113 lines, a new intermission plays.
What? She becomes even more powerful. This isn't even my final form. Oh, I just become giant. It's hot.
Players navigate to the center in position to dodge a quick pizza attack and then divide
A pizza
themselves into
attack?
different parts
All
of
right.
the map to avoid the giant palm slam in the center. A black hole forms that gradually pulls players towards it, and a huge number of red orbs begin flying in from outside of the map towards the center. We can use Esther Shandy here, which is kind of like a party ultimate or a limit break if you're coming from Final Fantasy XIV.
Okay.
Slow down time and assist with dodging these. The red
Oh,
orbs
that's
deal heavy
interesting.
damage and inflict a debuff on the player if they get hit by it. At 3 stacks of this debuff, the player dies. At the same time, gold orbs will fly in as well. All players have to collect 2 of these in order to survive the explosion at the end. There are also 4 smaller black hole orbs on 4 of the tiles. 4 players have to each enter one of them right before the pattern ends to avoid getting sucked into the center and pulled into another dimension. You have to time this carefully, as entering the orb too early won't protect you from getting pulled in. If performed successfully, 4 players get pulled into the center and sent to a separate plane on the same map, while the 4 that enter the small black orb stay in the original plane with Albershut. 8 phantoms of Albershut appear in the original plane, and the 4 players outside must run close to each of them. If any of the clones turn clockwise or counterclockwise, you've got to notify the team on the inside where that clone is, usually with a ping. This lets them know that the clone will appear on their side shortly at that position. The clone that turns clockwise will appear on the other side and must be neutralized within 2 seconds, while a clone that turns
within 2
If
seconds.
the clone is dealt with properly, it drops a golden buff that gives
Easy,
the player in the
dude.
dimension a shield that lets them survive the explosion at the end. Of the 8 clones, 2 will turn. and this repeats in a second wave for a total of 4 clones and 4 shields when dealt with properly, allowing all 4 players inside to survive.
Oh,
If the
all
clone
right.
isn't properly
Yeah,
countered
easy,
or
dude.
neutralized, not only is a player guaranteed to die since they won't have a shield, the clone also drops a blue meteor on the tile that they were on,
Oh.
essentially destroying it, which can kill players on the outside as they won't be able to see the meteor.
Yeah.
The entire mechanic takes place on 2
How
versions
do
of
you
the same
even
map, so
counter
quick
it?
Communication and cooperation is needed for everyone to survive.
I can't
This is
imagine
powerful,
the
most
Discord.
random attacks have been strengthened and have additional mechanics that you'll have to deal with. The next
Yo, I can't imagine. I would love to listen to the Discord, like, conversation, the voice chat back and forth while this is going on. Like, I can't even fathom. Cecily, thank you for the raid of 57 people. What's up, homie? Welcome, welcome. We're watching endgame content in Lost Ark.
gold meteor appears at 87 lines. At 66 lines, tornadoes will appear again, and the debug players once again have to destroy the orb to prevent the vortex
Okay,
from spawning.
also,
The spawn vortex is especially deadly.
I wanna just point out, do you even know? Can you even tell what's going on this board? When he's just like, oh yeah, it is.
There's one final golden meteor
For those of you
at
who
7 lines.
can't just tell what's going on.
Reach 28 lines, the dream world pattern repeats.
Oh, okay, we're in the
Once
dream world again.
memorize the shape and the safe spots to navigate
All right,
through.
memorize the
If
shape
the
and
map is
safe
destroyed
pod.
at this point, it can be tricky to navigate from one side to the other, but if you manage to prevail at this point, you're on the home stretch.
What's the
25
safe
lines,
part?
Albert
This
will
one?
Destroy the 4 corners of the map. You'll no longer kill the entire raid if more than 3 tiles are broken. However, as blue meteors are still spawning, the map will gradually get smaller until only the center tile remains. The goal is to bring her down to 7 lines of health before this happens, as the smaller
7
the map
lines.
is, the more
Okay.
likely people are to get knocked off. At 7 lines of health, the final major gimmick begins. In an act of
Okay.
desperation, Albert will begin to summon one last giant meteor designed to wipe out the party.
Oh, okay. All right, so she's got these giant arms. That's a little weird, but okay, we're gonna summon a giant meteor, that's black hole that's sucking up the universe. Easy, dude. Just counter it.
During its slow descent, you had to break through a 22.8 billion HP overshield.
22.8 billion.
Lines of health before the meteor lands
What?
in 2 to 3 minutes. If you're tight on DPS on this point and you were getting close to the 20-minute enrage timer, 5 minutes are added, so you don't have to worry so much about it. And
Oh,
any
okay, just
tiles
just
that
add
have
5
will
minutes.
drop back into play right away. 200 more lines is ridiculous though, and the following mechanic is designed to help you punch through that shield. While battling Albershut and chipping away the shield, the screen will flash at the 1 o'clock, 5 o'clock, 7 o'clock, or 11 o'clock positions.
Okay.
This signifies that a counterable meteor will be flying in towards the center of the map. This will happen 5 times, once in each direction, and 1 more time in 1 random direction. When the meteors arrive, they'll either flash red or blue. Blue ones have to be countered, while red ones have to be ignored altogether. If a red one is countered, it'll explode, dealing heavy AoE damage to players and likely knocking them off the map. When a
Oops.
blue meteor
Yeah,
is successfully
that guy's
countered,
dead.
though, the player receives a buff that when expires, fires a long-range laser that'll deal about 14 lines of damage to Albershut's health. In total, 5 rounds of meteors will appear, of which at least 15 will be counterable, and 14 is practically required to meet the damage check. Have people in each of the quadrants, with excess players prepared to assist in case 2 blue meteors appear in 1 quadrant. If you fail to break the shield, the final meteor lands, killing everyone. But if you succeed,
Yeah,
the
it just
buff will
causes a
cancel
raid
across
wipe.
the map. Players only need to pick up 1, which will grant them a shield that lets them survive the meteor. Finally,
Yeah.
bring Albershut down to 1 HP, and the last gimmick occurs. An orb spawns at the 7 o'clock position, which she summons in order to wipe out the remaining players. The orb has to be destroyed with normal damage before she can. However, it regenerates 40 million HP per second. As you hit the orb,
40
the buff will
million
pop
per
out of it,
second.
when collected,
No
greatly
problem,
increase
dude.
Your damage output, stacking up to 9 times. Pick up as many orbs as you can, and then nuke her last attack faster than it can regenerate, bringing an end to the fight.
Yeah.
once and for all. Please stop watching here if you want to avoid story cinematic spoilers.
No, I don't care, because I'm never going to be able to
While
do
there's
this.
raids in the future that are tougher, Albershut's raid is definitely the most visually stunning. Sometime in 2020,
Yeah, it is really cool looking.
Encounter on Hell mode, which has equalized gear,
Hell
DPS
mode.
checks, additional mechanics.
Yo,
and
that's a
achievements,
cat.
completing both this encounter as well as the previous one from the other video back to back with no restarts and not a single death across the entire party. I look forward
Okay.
to showing you all that encounter.
Yeah, no
whenever it
deaths, easy life, dude. I mean, that was visually insane. I can't even begin to fathom actually doing it though. Like, that's nuts. Also, this is so immersion breaking right here. Hold on, like look at this. Is that dude got a squeaky alligator weapon? Imagine you're the end boss, right? Imagine you're the end boss and you just got your ass beat by a dude with a squeaky gator gun. Like, how bad would you have to feel? You'd be like, you know what? I'm fine with dying. Like, I'm glad that I'm dying right now. Like, a squeaky alligator gun dude just killed me and Lance Cat. Like, these are the different types of glam players, right? Some people are like, oh, I need my character to look super badass. Other people are like, yo, I need out. You see that squeaky gator over there? Fuck yeah. Let's go. This is kind of cool. Are they're on the moon? Thank you, Warrior of Light. Dude, this guy's got a seahorse mask. What is even going on right here? Like, what is even going on with these glams? This person right here, serious business. This dude's a pregnant seahorse. Oh, that's an NPC. Never mind. That's an NPC. The rest of these dudes are all looking goofy as hell. Ah, yes. We got saved by pregnant seahorse man. I just don't understand fashion. You're right. It's those memes where it's like, yeah, and here's the cutscene of you and your custom character. It's like all super serious. All right, we're gonna play How to Pick Your Class in Lost Ark.
Everybody, my name is.
Wait, is this serious?
Some of my videos on YouTube, and I'll be covering.
I want
the game, okay?
I want jokes.
With the release of the game, you know, you'll be getting a lot of classes that might be, you know, kind of like filler content for you in between these tiers. So.
Oh, this is a serious deep dive. I need some memes on how to pick my characters. Pregnant seahorse are all the rage. Yeah. Let's see. Lost Ark. Weirdest glam. The new 2020 Ark legendary costume. No. Lost Ark character creation. No. Yo, how is Sinra Joestar is in the Epic 7 content creator program? Have I ever seen this person play Epic 7? Like, ever? Hold on. Top leveling mistakes, and it's just a Pepe with a girl with her titties out. That's a thumbnail. Yo, that's a thumbnail right there. That guy is on a whole different level. I need a Joe Cat video on how to pick characters. She is in my guild Tenacity. Does she actually play? I've never seen her play Epic 7, but she is somehow in the content creator program. Anyways, Lost Ark looks pretty sweet. There's a lot of stuff. I played Lost Ark in the beta. So yeah, I think the game's gonna be fun. I had fun playing Spinny, dude. For sure. Like, Spinny Berserker guy was sick. I played too much Lost Ark in the Russian server. Dude, I imagine that Russian server would be hardcore. Like, Russians just seem hardcore in general about everything. So, you know, that's cool. Dude, what else is even coming out? Yo, is Disney Gotcha? Do they have a what was the name of that? What is the name of that Gotcha that's coming out for Disney? Look up Lost Ark character trailers. Disney Gotcha game. Twisted Wonderland. Disney, do they have a trailer for this? Twisted Wonder. Animated trailers 1 through 5. How to play. Wait, hold on. Has this been out for a year? Is this out somewhere else? Wait, is this the actual thing? Wait, so has this been out in Japan? Yeah, it looks like super boy band. Well, I mean, let's be real. People who are really, really into Disney, they're of a certain gender, let's be real. There's not too many dudes that are like, bro, I want to be Elsa. This is definitely aimed towards a certain demographic of society. Oh, that guy's covered in tentacles. That's weird. Hold on, I gotta look this up now. Disney Twisted Wonderland mobile game. When is this coming out? Twisted Wonderland, it's Aniplex game. It's gonna come out on the 20th of January. Yeah, this is the trailers for it. Looking at yeah. This is definitely aimed at Fujoshi. Was that a dude too? Oh no, okay. It's a strong woman. Yo, can I get this on the JP? This is out in JP, right? Can I get this on hold on, let's open up another, let's bop open another emulator. Nox. Let's see if we can download this, dude. Let's see if we can download this and play this right now. Didn't think Disney would be attached to these kind of things. QOO app should have it. Yeah, we'll do it, dude. Let's go. We'll download this as review, bro. Disney Twisted Wonderland review. We're gonna get copy striked so hard. Nox, just start. Yeah, remind me later. Okay, let's see. Do I even have QO app on this? Hold on, let me install this on my my other emulator real quick. Dude, this game is gonna be so rough, I think. Yo. Here we go. Install. Fantastic. I mean, I would totally understand this type of game from like from Japan Disney. Like Japan Disney's probably like starkly different than like American Disney. Most likely. We're gonna find out though. This is pending. Can you finish installing here? Why is this taking so long to install? Oh, because it's update. Because I haven't opened Nox in like months. What other gacha games are even good? Anybody in chat play Revived Witch? It's actually got a 4. Yo, hold on. Why is Blue? Oh, Blue Archive has a 2.2 rating because everybody's review bombing it because of the censored underage girl, right? That's what's going on with that. Never passed tutorials. All right. That's a big vote of confidence. Yeah, that's what it is. Yeah, that's what I figured. Why is this taking so long to... Pending? Why are you pending? Just install. Revive Witch already died in Asia because of lack of content. That sucks. Revived Witch is nice, but gets old real fast and pretty limited at the moment. That's fair. Pending. Like what else is downloading here? Come on. They're milking NA audience, hoping that they don't know. Well, I mean, to be fair, most of the time NA audiences don't know. Also, I'd like to point out that I think we like watched almost that whole Josh Dreyfus video, plus the Lost Ark stuff. And my team has only killed this 8 times. This is so slow. I never watched this actually. The quicker I can go to the reroll screen, the better I feel about the gacha. I agree with you. That's why I liked, that's why I really liked Sinoalis. It's just like, hey, do you want to just keep re-rolling? Like, you just keep re-rolling until you get something that you want, bro. Like, it's all good. Yeah, QOO app, I don't. You start. Wait, I gotta watch ads? This used to be a B-Day stream? It was. It is now. I don't want to watch Solitaire Cash. Dude, what is this? If I tried PGR, I don't know what that is. Yeah, one day out of the year, it's my birthday. Unless Flash TV is around, and then every day is your birthday. Bro, this... Hold on. Punishing Great Raven? No, I haven't tried that. To be honest, like, I haven't really been playing much in the way of gacha games. Like, at all. Other than, I mean, Epic 7 casually. Yeah, so I got that one, and I installed the pro version, the media platform, because that's the only thing that I see on here. Do I have to just get it? I can't get it from the App Store, right? I mean, the one that I installed from the App Store just is like, hey, watch this thing. Hit wait. Hold on. Yeah, it's not from the App Store? Okay, fair. Oh, okay, here we go. I got it. Whatever the one from the App Store is, just don't. Because it sucked. It was stupid. Whatever it was. Yeah, I don't want to install BlockFi. Get out of here, ads. Ads, get. Hey, thanks, Calamity. I mean, my birthday was back in August, but you know, it is what it is. Thank you for the late happy birthday. Yeah, I snagged it. Yeah, I don't know what that other thing is. Probably just some sort of crappy thing that okay, here we go. All right, I got it now. We're good. We're Gucci. We're gonna get the Disney game. Guest is fine. I don't care. No, I don't really care about. Just no. Stop clicking. Just let me get this stupid game. Oh, hey, it's right at the top. Disney Twisted Wonderland. Let's go. Oh, wait, hold on. This is the English version. No, I don't want the English version. Disney Twisted Wonderland Japanese. All right. Download. We're getting it. This is going to be terrible. Is that an option in Twitch? Can I switch to Disney Twisted Wonderland? We're gonna find out. Do I want to install this? Yes, I do. There's no way that that's a category, right? Would I be the only person? Yo, it is. All right, sweet. We're going to be the only Disney Twisted Wonderland streamer. I mean, we're going to silence this. All right, Pog. Disney Twisted Wonderland, boys. I am here for the dudes. Boom. All right, let's go. Let's turn this up. You guys ready for this? I know I am. We're gonna do a review of Disney's Twisted Wonderland. Yeah, no, we're fine. Okay. Are we even getting any music? There's no music whatsoever so far. Not a big fan when games don't open with any sort of background music. Oh, hey, here we go. All right, let's go. Twisted Wonderland. All right, cool. Let's get it, dude. All right, I can't read any of this. So we're just going to click on this. Okay. Shotgun. Shogun. I think that's name. Is that available? Fantastic. All right, let's go. All right, we got some tentacles here. Azul. All right, is this the gacha? Oh, bro. Akuno. I know some of these words. I know them from anime. All right, we've already been copy striked on this video. I'm just gonna throw that out there. Disney has already sent people to my house. If the stream dies, you know why. Yeah, hey, let's go grab this hand in the mirror. That always works out real well for us. All right, so I don't know what happened there. There was a carriage. Okay, so we've got to pick. Yo, hold on. Can we can be Scar? Are these are all the villains? Okay, who do we chat? Who do we pick? Chat, who do we pick? Do we pick Scar or do we pick Jafar? We're going Jafar. We got the cool snake head thing. Hades for sass and dad jokes. Okay, Hades was real good. And I do like dad jokes and I do like sass. And I really liked that movie. So yeah, we're going this route. What? Dude, get out of here, bro. Who are these people? Is this Slytherin? Is this Harry Potter? Yeah, this is definitely not made for your normal gacha game demographic. Okay, so this is Hufflepuff. All right. Okay, here's Jafar's team. Okay, this is I don't know. Okay. No, we don't want to be this little girl. I think that's a girl. We're going to be this edgy dude. Hold on. Put the hood up. We got it, boys. Let's go. All right, I don't know what any of this is. Yeah, let's do this. All right. We got to get into character here. Gotta get into this. All right. Okay. Where's the... Hey, here's the gacha. Okay. So they're all in coffins. This is some Jack Skellington stuff right here. Okay, sweet. So we got Eat Shroud. This is an SR. Okay. All right, now we're back to the mirror.
星をも灰にする炎
Okay,
時をも封じ込める氷
this is your premium currency.
空をも飲み込む大地
Oh, this is about the avatar.
闇の力を恐れる
Okay.
力を示すがよい
All right, mirror time. There's a lot of loading screens in this. I don't know what this is, so we're going to leave this on. All right, we're downloading. This is going pretty quick. Showing me all of the different areas that I can woo gacha game characters. Yo, this is downloading really fast, actually. Oh, that's Ursula's group. Okay, so this is Jafar. This is... Who? I don't... Oh, that's the Snow White Queen. This is Hades. All right. Okay, so it's themed on them. Okay. Gotcha. Yeah, kind of edgy Kingdom Hearts. Seems like Harry Potter. They're all the same thing, right? Lots of loading screens so far. Yeah, I guess just download whatever this is, man. Oh, is this what it looks like? Oh, it's boys versus boys school. All right. This is gonna be sweet, dudes. Let's go. We got a big ass lion. We got a buddy bonus. Showdown time. Okay. I'm gonna click on this dude. This dude. He's gonna attack both. A 1-2. You got the. Okay, sweet. Oh, this thing's got 9,999. What?
Got it.
Is this ice attack? All right, turn 2. If he's ice attack, then I don't think fire is gonna work out really well, right? Let's do this, and then this. Did that guy just meow, like growl at me? What are these sound effects, dude? That dog sounds like a guy making a growling sound. Yeah. This is pretty overpowered. Our team is not in a good spot here. Okay, so we need to do... Does it say what his element is? I don't think it does, right? This is pretty high production, yeah. Yeah, 100%. We're going to do double fire attacks, because I don't know if this dude even has an element. Okay, well, whatever the element is, that attack didn't do a lot. Okay. Are we supposed to lose? Yeah, I think we are, right? Because we just got rocked. Battle finish. We're dead. We lose. Okay, pay 100 yen to continue.
私に
Watashi.
君に残された時間は少ない
Okay.
決してその手
Oh,
を
and that
離
is
さ
the
ぬ
end of your journey. Welcome to Demon School Iramakun. I mean, welcome to the villain's world. They just literally have a loading screen between like each line of text. All right. We can't open the door. We're just gonna go with this one.
そろそろ人が来ちまうぞ。早いところ制服を。この蓋、重たいんだぞ。
Alright.
こうなったら奥の手だ。ふな。
Okay, cool. So our edgy boy is gonna just, I don't know, flame stuff up. So this is Sate Sate. I've heard that before. Oh, we've got a demon cat. Oh, look, it's the stereotypical training tutorial character. Yeah, whatever this one is. He's got flame ears. Okay. So, Akuba. Okay. A lot of this. So this is like a visual novel here. Choose your own adventure. These are really low quality backgrounds here. Like, look how bad that art is. Like, even this art is low quality, dude. Like, look at this lamp over here on the side. Bro, you're Disney. Come on. Like, this cat is more detailed than your background. Okay. Oh, dapper masked gentleman. Ah. I bet you're a love interest. Arimasen-ka? Okay, don't care, cat. What does this do? Okay, auto, skip, log. Here, we're just... No, you know what? We're just gonna auto this. Oh, wait, where did that go? Oh, okay. Oh, I closed it here. Okay. Sure. You know, I really don't care about this story, like, at all. I mean, if I could understand it, I probably would. But let's see what this gameplay is like. The voices for the actual character isn't too bad. Yeah, the voices aren't too bad. Oh, we got some Mickey Mouse bucks. The voices are okay. I am sure the story is probably okay. But the background, like, look at this. It's not even a good sketch, I feel like. I feel like the art is... I mean, I guess I could kind of understand what they're going for here a little bit, but... like, some of the background just felt like it could be at least, like, a little bit more detailed. It's cartoony without, like, detail. Like, the lamps are just kind of meh. Okay, this is another boy, right? Yeah. Okay, this is the boy from Jafar. And yeah, this is the Jafar group. Ozymandias. The mouth doesn't even, like, really move along with the voice. The mouth looks really bad. Okay. Alright. This guy is back. Alright, bird mask. Yeah, the voice, the mouth doesn't... It bugs me that the mouth is not, like, more synced up, right? Yeah, me. Shogun-kun. Shogun. Shotgun Shogun. That's me. Mask. Nandeste. Mirror, mirror on the wall. Who's the only Twitch streamer streaming this at all?
魔法が使えない人間を黒き馬車が迎えに行くなんてありえない。生徒選定の手違いなどこの100年ただの一度もなかった。一体なぜ？
一体なぜ？
だったらその席。
Okay.
待ちなさい。
そこの人間と
Yep, 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 yep.
みんな
And everything's on fire. All right. Everything's on fire now because of the cat. Okay, fantastic. So we've got to do some sort of perfect thing. Something about fire here. I totally understand this on 3A and 3B. 100%. And then slide this thing. This has been a guide on Disney's Twisted Wonderland, how to get a perfect score right here. As you can see, this is a rhythm game now. All right, let's go. Loading screen. Let's get to this sick game. Wait, is this? This is a rhythm game. Hold on. All right, let's go. Perfect. Yeah. I need some glow sticks, dude. Yeah, let's go. We're chasing this cat down. Haha, magic and rhythm. We're getting copy striked for sure, dude. 100%. All right, I don't care about this cat. This get me back to the rhythm game. So the gameplay is okay. Dun 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 dun. This doesn't even really go with the music that well. No, my combo! Damn it. I don't know what I was expecting from this game, but this was definitely not it. Yes, agreed. This was definitely not what I was expecting from this gameplay. Okay, we're gonna skip this story so we go into phase rhythmic finish. Let's go. New record. We got double S for Shotgun Shogun. Easy. Maybe it combines multiple things, because earlier we had like a side scrolly thing. Yeah. We had a team battle, but we also get rhythm battles. Can we just get to the gotcha? That's the real question. We're just going to skip these stories so we can see more of this sick rhythm gameplay. All right, we got more Mickey bucks. All right, we're going to just have to pound through this story. They're just going to have to pound through skipping this story with these bad backgrounds. Okay, story clear. Mickey bucks. Do you think the Mickey bucks are what we use for gacha? All right, we got another rhythm. Feel the rhythm, feel the rhyme. Get ready, boys. It's gacha time. That was a Disney movie too, right? Cool Runnings. Wait, hold on. Do I have to have double? I can't do that. Are you not going to be able to play this on emulator? I guess if they are in the same spot, right? You just gotta do it fast. I guess if they're in the same spot, you could set up stuff. Oh, I think if you just click, it clicks both of them. Because I definitely didn't hit both of them at the same time. Can I just click anywhere on the thing? Hold on. Yeah, I can click anywhere, and it just clicks both of them. On this side of the thing. Okay. All right. Okay, so far we only had one map where we had like normal combat, and then the other two have been this weird rhythm game. So I don't know which combat system they're using for this game. Because all of it so far is this music one. I'm so confused here. Also, I think they're just adding more stuff onto the screen that I'm not going to be able to click on because I'm playing on an emulator. Why is this ghost cat afraid of these ghosts? Also, yeah, this rhythm doesn't really go with the music at all. Kind of bugs me a little bit. Like rhythm game wise, it's like some of these feel offbeat. Yeah, these definitely don't go with the music. Oh, okay, I can just do, as long as I'm center, I can just go from left to right here on whichever side, and I hit, yeah. Might as well play Bang Dream. I mean, if I'm gonna play a rhythm game, I mean, yeah, I'd play a rhythm game. This kind of like it just doesn't go with the music that's in the background, like at all. It's the same music every time. All right. So far, no waifus, all husbandos, not even like a waifu teacher. Could have at least had like an Ara waifu teacher in here. All dudes, all dude channel. The rhythm game part is bad. If you're playing this on an emulator, GG. Loading screen simulator. Yeah, what happened to that combat in the beginning? Also, this is loading forever slow. I think the game just froze. Oh, I need to download another 1.72 gigs of data. $6,362 files. Okay. Okay. Boys, we are literally the only person streaming Disney Twisted Wonderland. That we're it. We are the number one. Hold on, I gotta change this. Number one biggest Disney Twisted Wonderland streamer. NA. Easiest number one in my life. Biggest W. Let's go. Yeah, that's weird that they're like, they introduce you to the combat, right? They're like, hey, you got to fight this big ass dog. You got 3 people. You got a buddy system. Tutorial, rhythm game. Why? Why? Doesn't really make much in the way of sense. It feels like they're kind of like bouncing around, right? Like I'm not a big fan of it. All right. This is a big download. Let's go. Dude, we're going to do this more. Doubt even many chicks will be a fan of this. Probably not. Let's see what kind of numbers. Disney Twisted Wonderland rankings. Tier list, no. Twisted Wonderland fandom, no. Let's see. Revenue. I can't find anything here. GP mobile game rankings. All right. Top grossing rankings, apps across all of Japan. Let's see. Publisher.